Welcome, everybody, to the Sports Ethos Fantasy Basketball NBA Trade Deadline Show, brought to you by our partners at FanDuel. This is a big one, guys. We'll be reacting to what's happened, what's still to come, and welcoming many guests from the Sports Ethos Network throughout the day until this trade deadline hits. Stick with us after that as we're going to recap everything that happened and break down the moves you need to make in your fantasy basketball leagues. We're going to start out by talking about trades that have happened since yesterday's show. Doc, looking dapper as always. How you doing over there, sir? You ready to go?
Nice jacket, Brew. Nice
Yeah,
job.
I bought it for today's show. No, I didn't. You just spiff it up a little bit. It's the trade deadline. In many ways, it's kind of like the culmination of all of the different efforts of the season. I feel like when we get to the trade deadline, it's like that Polar Express roller coaster ride where you just start going straight down the hill and everything starts going super fast. We're either in head-to-head playoff leagues. And in roto leagues, it just flies as well. So we want to get you guys some league winners and make sure you guys navigate all of the various hype and get you guys on the right track. Let's start with the Brooklyn Nets, a big one. Brooklyn Nets and Toronto Raptors agreeing on a multi-team trade, sending Chris Paul to the Raptors and Ochai Agbaji, a 2032 Raptors second rounder, and cash to the Nets. The Raps are not going to have Chris Paul report to the team, and they could still discuss trades involving him over the next day. No action there. The Cleveland Cavaliers have agreed to trade Lonzo Ball and 2 second-round picks to the Utah Jazz. Lonzo Ball is expected to be waived. That's a pretty interesting situation because Lonzo Ball might be able to help a team. We haven't seen a ton of him this season, but no fantasy action there either. The first bit of trade news that's at least somewhat actionable, your Atlanta Hawks, Steve, they're acquiring center Jock Landale from the Utah Jazz for cash consideration. I actually want to step this up a little bit. This is not just like sort of actionable, but this takes a center out of the equation in Utah. Also, Jock Landale, has had a pretty good season for the Memphis Grizzlies, and now he's playing in Atlanta. So Doc, let's start with the Atlanta side of this. Is there any interest at all for Jock Landale for you?
A little bit because of the Okongwu mouth injury. I think Landale is a much more accomplished backup than Mo Gay. There is a little bit of intrigue there. Like if Okongwu doesn't come back, like I haven't seen an update on Okongwu lately. Let me look at that. But anytime Okongwu's out, I think Landale's going to be in play.
Yeah, and I would imagine, he could come back before the All-Star break, but, there is a pretty nice ramp to just let that mouth heal. But Landale, you have no more Kristaps Porzingis. He now with the Golden State Warriors. We'll cover that later.
We hardly knew ye.
I know. What an interesting season for the Atlanta Hawks. I had such high hopes for them heading into the season. I thought they'd figure the defensive equation around Trae Young out, and lo and behold, no, that's not happening at all. Trae Young not there. Kristaps Porzingis not there. But now, how do you feel about that front court? Do you think Jock Landale is the piece that they kind of rotate around with their other main players? And can Jock Landale be a 12-team value?
Well, I guess we have to look at this. They also added Buddy Hield and Johnny Kuminga. Which we're going to talk about that one later because that's a more recent trade that happened. But I do think Landale beefs them up a little bit because, in the past, they always had Clint Capella to backup, and Okongwu and him were there together. The nice thing about Landale is he's not going to cut into what Okongwu does and hurt Okongwu, but he's going to be very capable as a backup when Okongwu is not playing. So, and it does sort of shore up their front line a little bit, I think. He's a solid piece. He's a solid addition. And you know what? He'll be out there every day contributing, unlike Porzingis.
Let me know if you disagree with this, Doc, because I got some news coming in from Shams. But would you – I would say I'm not going to use a move to add Jock Landale. If you're just sitting on moves and they're all very valuable to you right now, I'm probably not going to make that move to add him if I'm counting moves. But it's on my radar, especially if I need a big man. And if I'm really desperate for a big, you're looking at some 12 to 14 team low end value. I think Jock Landale has probably about a 2/3 shot to get that. So
it's kind of weird. I feel like if you were going to roster him when he was in Memphis, you're probably going to have him on your roster with the Hawks. Like, it doesn't seem like his value is going to change very much. But when Okongwu's healthy, I think there's less of a path. Well, it's the same thing. Landale started doing things when Santi Aldama wore out and got hurt. So I think the value is pretty much the same as it was before, which he was owned in a lot of leagues.
Yeah, and I just like the way that he's a versatile player, and kind of echoing your points, he's going to support these guys, not cut into their value. And I think the Atlanta Hawks actually appreciate that, and will keep him on the floor for that reason. All right, let's get the update from Shams. The Milwaukee Bucks have indicated to teams that they're keeping Giannis Antetokounmpo through the trade deadline and will start making other trades. Fact or fiction, Doc? You think you think this is posturing out of the Milwaukee Bucks?
No, I mean, our own Andre Lamouche told us that off the air yesterday. He predicted this.
Was that sourced information? I don't know.
He says, Andre just said in the chat, he said, keep up. I told you guys this yesterday. Yep.
Oh, yes. And
I think
he's going to throw his hat in the ring for Ja Morant. So, and that he's just trying to make me feel better because I accidentally dropped Kevin Porter in a few places and I want to cry myself to sleep over and over again.
I think they're going to give up on trying to move Giannis. I have a feeling it's like so complicated and there's too much pressure and there's too much time element. I bet Andre's right and they move him in the offseason.
Well, the interesting thing is, I mean, you got the story out of Golden State was that almost like they're not returning phone calls, and then you get that was Sam Amick on that reporting, and then you get Jake Fisher reporting the same thing. These other teams are getting the vibe that they're just not wanting to deal, and so this is, to me, it's either real that they're just not wanting to deal, and I think it's a smart thing either way. Like if they don't want to deal, they could just do this and it's fine, and everybody will kind of maybe step up their offers and aim for the off season. But if they do want to do the deal, you just say this anyway and get these guys to crank their offers up. And I'll kind of because Andre's got such a great read on all this stuff all the time, I'll go 66% chance this is real and 33% chance there's more to come. All right, and actually before we move on, oh boy. The biggest trade ever in the history of the NBA. The Bucks are trading Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey to the Suns for Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis.
You better run out and get all the KPJ you can right now, brother.
How many times are you going to hurt me, Doc? How many times are you going to hurt me?
It's so easy.
I had too many guards, everybody. Too many guards.
So easy.
At least I have top 50 guards in 6 spots and 200 player formats, and these teams are winning, and I just want to cry about it.
Hey, Brew, can I ask you a serious question? How did KPJ play last night? I missed it.
Oh, well, you know what? Now that you asked, he had an amazing statistical game. They played in an overtime game, and this game was like lightly contested, but there were some moments like, first thing, he goes and he turns the ball over, and I'm trying to remember the nature of the turnover, but it was a dumb one. Like it was a really, really dumb turnover. And you get the close up on Doc Rivers' face, and he's like, "Oh my God!" And then the very next play, Kevin Porter comes down the court. He does a spin move into 2 defenders about 2 feet off of the 3-point line above the break, rise and fire, air ball. So twice he had to run down the court. Yeah, it was me. And then I think they all cried with me is what they did. All right. So Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey to the Suns, and Amir Coffey was getting, praise in LA a couple of years ago now, kind of more off the radar. Cole Anthony, interestingly, I guess this is to the Suns. I don't know what the Suns are doing with this. We'll have to get the next shoe to drop with that. But Nick Richards has been on the trade block practically all season long. And then Nigel Hayes-Davis, I watched a ton of film on him coming into the season because he looked great over in Europe. And that's an interesting move as I talk slowly, Doc. And I do a certain thing because I don't know if you recall, I drafted this gentleman in 30 deep. And
are you going to get 30 deep and just pick him up?
I got a stacked roster. I'm the leading team in 30 deep. Not to toot my own horn.
Nick Richards to the Bucks, I think, is kind of interesting. Like Nick Richards is always on the verge of being not a fantasy star, but a valuable fantasy piece. And he's never quite gotten there. He's never been consistent. If the Bucks shut this thing down and Bobby Portis or Miles Turner or Kyle Kuzma or Giannis, if any of those guys sit down and stop playing, I could see Nick Richards having a decent silly season.
I think it's so unique in Milwaukee right now. You get Giannis, so he comes back. They don't want to win. If he stays in Milwaukee, they don't want to win. So, and he probably wants to preserve his health. He's got the calf injuries. So, like a lot of different stars right now, they're probably going to kind of get together and say, all right, well, let's not play that much basketball. But Giannis is also a wild card. He might say, I want to play basketball. Who knows? So you get that silly season vibe in Milwaukee. I did just add Nigel Hayes in a 30-team league, guys, and I'm not going to do this anywhere, in a 12, 14, or even probably a 16 team league. Maybe starting in a 15 to 18 league.
Did you appreciate me taking over and talking about Nick Richards? So
who appreciated that is our producer, Andre the Mush, and the over-under on reprimands that we get. I'm going to go 13.5. All right, let's get to the next trade.
More acquisitions while you're trying to talk about the trade deadline.
Seriously. All right, let's get to the next trade. We've got the Orlando Magic trading Tyus Jones to the Charlotte Hornets for cash considerations. That's usually a Kings move. The Hornets are getting 2 second-round picks from the Magic in this deal, lifting them to 11 first-rounders and 14 second-rounders over the next 7 years. Go Charlotte. All right. I don't think there's anything here other than Tyus Jones theoretically could help the Charlotte Hornets, who are now making a playoff run. I don't think he's going to crowd anybody's value there, but it is worth noting that they're adding players. The Golden State Warriors, let's get to Jonathan Kuminga and the Kristaps Porzingis deal. So we got Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield to the Atlanta Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis. We always talk about Porzingis as the luxury stash, and you could aim for him in the fantasy playoffs. The Warriors are doing the same thing in the real playoffs here. So let's start with the Porzingis side. Any interest other than, like, if you have an IR slot and Porzingis is out there? I mean, he's probably on somebody's IR slot already, but like, if you had to actually like pay with a roster space, would you do that for Kristaps Porzingis?
I don't really know. I do know that they need him. Al Horford playing once a week and Quentin Post being their 2 big men. Like, they need Porzingis. Like, he's not as luxurious for Golden State as he was in Boston and Atlanta, because those teams already had other guys who could play. But they really need Porzingis to play. So I like him better in Golden State than I did in Atlanta. I'll say that. What was your question? Am I going to pick him up?
Would you make the move if you had to pay with a roster space, like a bench spot, not an IR spot?
I might. It depends. Am I in a head-to-head league, and am I solidly in the playoff hunt? Like, if I can afford to lose a little bit right now, then yes, I would.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And as far as the Warriors go, there's going to be this illness that he's going to deal with maybe forever. But they need to get their timing down, and maybe they're making a run at Giannis in the offseason, and this becomes a really interesting basketball squad at that point in time. But they got to try to figure out if this actually works. And I do think there's history that it works with 3-point shooting teams. We've seen it in Boston, but this is a different 3-point shooting situation where Steph is the gravity center and everything kind of orbits around him. And the value is there. I would say he plays maybe at best 2/3 of the games and maybe at worst a half of the games. All right, we're going to put this topic on pause. Let's bring in David Levy, our Washington SportsEthos podcaster. And hello, sir. It's good to see you again. It's been a good year since we've talked. How are you? And the Wizards just added Anthony Davis and Trae Young. So what's your first reactions over there?
Aaron, it's good to see you too. It's a real honor to be on the podcast, and it's certainly been an interesting year, one in which I thought the Wizards were going to spend most of their time tanking, and from a fantasy perspective, getting a lot of value out of guys like Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr, getting tons of minutes like what we saw from the Wizards last season. But it appears that they have decided this is the time. So going after Trae Young a couple of weeks ago made sense to me in that it was like, okay, we're going to add a point guard who can help manage this whole system. It also moved CJ McCollum, who was actually playing rather well, off of the Wizards so that they could continue their tank process. And then the Wizards, I think, really thought with Davis, there wasn't going to be great free agents in the offseason. Unfortunately, DC, even though it's the capital, is a small market. And I think they felt really good about the fact that this year's draft is strong. The 2027 draft is supposedly going to be weak. And the Wizards kept their own pick. So they traded away Oklahoma City's pick, which is likely to be 30th, assuming that they win the title. And they traded away a top 20 protected Warriors pick. So neither one of those were super exciting. And now the Wizards have a starting five that I think we can be excited about as a longtime Wizards fan. Trae Young, Anthony Davis, Alex Sarr, hopefully like Darren Peterson or Devonta. Let's go.
Yeah, and Doc, I'll get you a question in here in a second, but it seems the question of the day for fantasy GMs is, are these guys going to play? And the reporting suggests that they're not, but you're on the ground there. What's your read on that situation?
I don't think they're going to play either. I think one of the real advantages for the Wizards as a franchise with these trades is they're just continuing to move players that were playing kind of well off the docket. We saw on Sunday night when the Wizards played the Kings, they were just desperately trying to lose, keeping their entire bench in the game. Anthony Gill playing 25, 26, 20 minutes, Gal Lapisseri in deep in the game. So I think the thing from a fantasy perspective that excited me most was that they didn't trade Justin Champagnie, who I think is on a team-friendly contract as somebody who can contribute, in his 9-cat game is very strong, good percentages, good stocks, hits a couple threes a game. He's a player that I think would be someone that I would want to add just as a player that I think that was going to get a lot of minutes under this new setup.
Hey, Dave, Steve, Dr. A here. Good to meet you. I'm pretty excited about this deal for Washington. I think they should wrap Anthony Davis and Trae Young in bubble wrap and not let them free until like September. And then let's come in the next season fully healthy. You got two legends basically to go along with Keyshawn and Alex Sarr. And I just think they've got a great combination of youth and veterans, and it's going to be pretty exciting to be a Wizards fan next year if Anthony Davis can stay on the floor. But outside of that deal and what's going on in Washington, who do you think the biggest fantasy winners are so far out of the trade deadline?
Well, I think, first of all, it's great to meet you and exciting to be on the show with you. Trey Johnson has just been such a stud for the Wizards this year. I think even a better scorer than I was anticipating. I was really disappointed when the Wizards didn't get a better spot in the lottery, considering how poorly they played last season. But he has been shooting 44% from the floor, almost 40% from three-point land, and having 13 points a game. And he's got a little ankle injury right now, but I think that's short-term, should be back in a week or so. I would be very surprised if the Wizards if the Wizards did not continue to play Trey Johnson for a lot of minutes in the second half and have him be a real fantasy asset. So I think between him and Champagnie, those are probably the biggest winners. I think you're going to see an uptick in Bilal Coulibaly's minutes as well, who's somebody who plays well without the ball. And then I'm intrigued to see where D'Angelo Russell fits in now as a backup guard. Does he eat into the minutes much? But if not, Bub Carrington, I think, will continue to be somebody who is good for threes and assists. I don't know that he's an immediate ad, but somebody to follow. But I would say Trey Johnson.
Oh boy, that music. Another big one. Your guy, Doc, Chris Boucher, traded the Utah Jazz. Your guy, not my guy. Your guy. Well, we'll break that down in a little bit here.
Formerly known as my guy.
Yes, I think we've all been there. I had a Chris Boucher season to regret. All right, so let's get back to Trey Johnson. Real quick question there. Do you got anything on the ground about that ankle injury? Because it makes sense that they treat him with kid gloves, but was it anything to worry about, or is it just kind of standard fare?
I think it's just kind of standard fare. I was actually pretty close when it happened, and I think that he tweaked the ankle. I would expect a week or two out, and I would add that, I had the early admission not long ago, got to see Trey Johnson warming up. like I swear it was 33s in a row off the dribble, going both directions. I mean, the kid is just an unbelievable shooter. There have been some comparisons to Ray Allen, not in Ray Allen's game, but in the fact that he likes to get the ball on the baseline, shoot out to the corner, and launch those threes like he did to beat the Spurs in that elimination game. So I think that Trey Johnson is definitely somebody who's special, and I think this injury is short term.
Yeah, and I like the way he just handles the rock. It feels like he plays at his own pace. And then once this NBA kind of training regimen, I'd like to see a little bit more explosion because, oh my God, he would get very dangerous at that rate if he could just get a little half step faster. But all the pacing of his play is just really good. And then you got the shooting, and the shooting will just travel wherever he goes. And that's just awesome. So interesting stuff there. Now, as the resident Justin Champagnie guy, I think in the entire fantasy space, what do you think about like their deployment? Like, it felt like he was getting a solid 20 no matter what, and then up to 25, and then he's kind of going back and forth with Chris Middleton a little bit. His team gets a little bit full, and then his minutes go a little bit down, and then now this most recent like week and a half, he had a really rough week. He had a DNP CD. Then they start showcasing, I thought, Will Riley and AJ Johnson, if I'm getting that right. Yep, AJ Johnson, who's just an amazingly athletic basketball player. What do you think about his playing time? Like maybe looking back into the past, and then I know you mentioned it going forward, but what do you think going forward as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, he's a player that ought to be playing 25 minutes a game. And I think the Wizards are really excited about the athleticism and the energy that he brings to the court, doing all the little things to help the team win. And he was sharing minutes a lot with Middleton and moving Middleton off, which I think was impressive from a management perspective. $33 million a year. I was not expecting anyone to want that, and I was anticipating a buyout. So this is a much better situation. But I think with Middleton gone, I would expect Champagnie to get a lot of those minutes. Koulibaly, of course, his minutes fluctuate. He's sort of off injured, and sometimes he's out there explosive and sometimes he's not. But I still think if you look at the three position, it's just kind of Bilal, Champagnie, and Will Riley. And I do think they're going to give some more minutes to Will Riley as the season goes along. But I still think Champagnie is going to probably be the number one backup. And I would say in that 24 to 28 minute range.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, Dave, what do you think about Alex Sarr and Anthony Davis playing next to each other? Do you think Davis is going to hurt Sarr's fantasy value at all? Do you think they're going to dominate the East, like the new Twin Towers? Like, how do you see that?
Gosh, I love the notion of dominating the East. I think that it will be a very impressive back line, and I would anticipate that Sarr, from an offensive perspective, is going to get better spacing to be able to hit those 15-foot jumpers, or vice versa. If Davis is running a pick and roll with Trae Young and he pops, Sarr is going to have a really nice matchup underneath. So I would expect Sarr to be able to continue to be effective offensively, and I would look for him to do more in the paint. I'm always frustrated when he shoots threes because I really just don't think he's very good at that. Davis might help him to improve and get better spacing, but also to be inside. And then I think defensively, I would anticipate that, Davis probably takes the stronger of the two big men from the opponent, which means Sarr should be able to get more blocks in that situation. And also, when they had Jonas Valanciunas playing with Sarr, it was really nice to see like a legitimate veteran mentor working with Sarr. And I feel similarly about the Davis experience. Obviously, Davis is more talented than Valanciunas. And so if he's healthy, let's cross our fingers, that'll be a really exciting front court.
I want to dig into that deeper. We might not have time, but do you expect more moves from the Wizards?
I think it's possible that there will be more moves, though I will say that the guys that I expected to be moved were Middleton and Bagley, and that's already happened. I actually think Bagley, not on the Wizards, is one of the biggest fantasy wins because I think that Gafford may get moved. And if that happens, then I think he's going to have a ton of rebounds down in Dallas and be somebody that I think is worth stashing. But no, I do think that there's a chance for more moves for the Wizards because they're always trying to acquire some second round picks. One of the things that Wizards fans have been talking about is like, what is the value of second round picks? Do we need the 50th selected player? And the answer is no. The Wizards are just stockpiling assets so they can make moves like the move that they made for Anthony Davis, which is exciting. And I think some of those guys in the back end of the Davis trade, Hardy, Russell, the Wizards recently signed Labasserie. I think those guys could also be moved.
I wish we booked you for longer. I got more questions. I watch the Wizards all the time. I love the Wizards. It's a fantasy squad that I watch all season. So Tristan Vukcevic is a guy that he's been off the radar all season. I had him actually ranked highly in the B150 just because I think he's good. And but really no opportunity this season. And he's been injured. Now he's off the IR. Do you think they toss him into the ring at all?
I sure hope so. It's interesting because I think he's good too. And every time he's gotten a legitimate opportunity, he's been an awesome fantasy player. First of all, he's got pick and pop game that's really effective. He can shoot from the outside. He plays very solid defense. I feel like inside he's thick. So in addition to being more than 7 feet tall, he can lean on opposing players. I love watching him play against Embiid because Embiid, I feel like, is always really frustrated when Vucevic is on him. So I feel like now that he's off the IR, I would expect him to get some time. If you look at the Wizards front court depth chart, it's pretty thin now that they've traded Bagley away. So I feel like it's Vooch and Sarr, and the Wizards love to give Anthony Gill some minutes there. He's our Udonis Haslem, first guy off the bench, high-fiving everybody, but he's not really a player of any significance. So I feel like the front court is so thin, particularly at 5, that I would expect Vooch to get some good minutes in the second half. I don't know if it's enough to be a fantasy threat, but I think if he gets hot, there could be some weeks where he's streamable when the Wizards have 4 or 5 games.
But before I move into this next question, I'm going to sass you for bringing up Marvin Bagley in Dallas because this is a Musa Cisse household over here. But Bob Carrington has been kind of on the precipice of fantasy, whatever you want to call it. Like he's been a points, rebounds, assists, threes guy, no percentages, bad turnovers. And every time I turn on the TV and watch the Wizards, I see him racing up and down the floor. He's like playing at a different speed than everybody else, and they've really empowered him to do that. Do you think that there's more of that coming as we go down this stretch? Because it feels like they're giving him quite a few car keys with this.
I do. I think that while Trae Young definitely not going to play this season, so I think Bob Carrington is going to be the primary ball handler for the team for the rest of the season, and they're going to need him as the backup too. And there is a little bit of, or backup 1, I should say, and there's a little bit of, I think, hindsight too, as people are like, well, the Wizards made the move now. Why didn't they keep Denny? Like, it wasn't Denny on the timeline. Denny's out there lighting it up, putting up all-star numbers with Portland, and we're happy for him, but it also makes, I think, most Wizards fans kind of sad. So I think as a result, there's a little pressure on the front office to see that Bob Carrington is the guy that was worth trading for, and I anticipate that he is going to get more minutes. He is as you said, he plays a little out of control, but when he is able to slow his game down, get to that spot on the elbow where he's very effective, he's great. And then in transition, he loves to shoot that 3, and he's a streaky shooter. So when he gets hot, I feel like if you're needing threes at the end of a week, he's a real value.
Dave, now I'm going to re-ask a question I stupidly asked you earlier at the wrong time. What's the biggest take or biggest surprise you've seen at the deadline? Like what are the moves that caught your eye?
Just across the league?
Yeah.
The biggest surprise to me, honestly, was the James Harden move. I appreciate it for both teams in that it allows the Clippers to get younger, and now Cleveland has Donovan Mitchell just like casually hanging out with Harden, both ball dominant players, but certainly it'll be interesting to see. I draft Harden every year, so it'll be interesting to see if this is somebody who can help Harden be a better fantasy player or not. I'm hopeful, but I think that was the trade that got my attention the most.
Do you feel better as a Harden guy that he's in Cleveland instead of Los Angeles? Because I do.
I do too. I think Harden has a lot. In particular, I like his game with Jared Allen, his ability to continue to just have dominant assist numbers over, not that he didn't have those in the Clippers, but I think Cleveland's going to be playing more competitive ball, and he'll be more excited about that. So
I was worried about him and the Clippers because with the Chris Paul stuff was weird, and the Kawhi Leonard stuff is weird, and just the whole vibe on that team seems off to me. So I was like, if this whole thing comes crashing down, I wasn't sure that Harden was going to finish out the season. So I feel pretty good about the fact that him being in Cleveland, like they're going to go for it. Brew, what you got?
Entirely. The East is so.
I actually, I don't like him in Cleveland, but I do admit that they are adding talent. He's a talented basketball player. I don't like the defense. I think they have a perfect mix right now. Last night they looked great out there, and all the different pieces you had. Schroeder, I think he just adds a little bit of stability there that they don't have a lot of depth. They needed another person handling. And I felt like that was enough right there. And Keon looked great last night in his limited run. They were all excited and jacked up. And even like Jared Allen looked great. Anyway, David, thank you. Is it Levy or Levy? That was a question before we got on air.
Levy.
Levy, David Asher Levy on Twitter. Make sure you give him a follow. Obviously, you can see what we're working with here. I can't wait to talk to you in the future. Congratulations on your great work with the podcast, and we will see you soon, sir.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the trade deadline and go Wizards.
Yeah, all right. I'm with you. Lifelong Wizards fan here. So let's switch gears. We're going to talk about that Jonathan Kuminga trade. So let's bring in Sam Orlik, host of the SportsEthos Golden State Warriors podcast. You can follow him on Twitter at SDORLIK. Sam, welcome. Kuminga's
What's up,
gone.
guys?
How you doing, brother? Kaminga's gone. Like, did you celebrate or something? I'm not talking, maybe you didn't want to see him go, but like, this has been a saga. It's been a journey. Yeah, we've all been on it together.
Yeah. Frustrating, bittersweet. I don't know if celebrate's the right word. Maybe sigh of relief.
Yes.
Right? We don't have to worry about Kuminga anymore. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Is he going to be the future? What's going to happen? Obviously, the return is a little bit questionable. A lot of fans kind of being disappointed in what they got, but I think you got to take a little bit of a silver lining there in terms of his dwindling value. And I think for the Warriors, they were kind of being led on a little bit by Milwaukee, thinking that they were in the running to get Giannis. And once, reality kind of struck in, the pivot move was like, how can we at least get off of Kuminga for this season? I think it still remains to be seen, like, do they sign Porzingis in the offseason as he becomes an unrestricted free agent? Was this really just a salary dump, just get off of the $30 million and at least stop having to worry about and think about Kuminga this season? Maybe Porzingis comes back healthy and gives them a chance to, be a play-in team or kind of, get into a playoff round or two. Steph Curry said that he just wants a chance. So maybe a healthy Porzingis gives them a chance this season and they feel good enough to, maybe re-sign him and figure out what they do in the summer. Maybe they make a run at Giannis again this summer. So it's definitely weird. The one thing's for certain, though, they still have all their draft picks. They haven't made any long-term financial commitments. I think that was the biggest thing that people don't realize, that the Warriors didn't want to chase a Michael Porter Jr. type player and have all of this long-term salary tied up in a guy that they weren't really sure could be their franchise guy. And so you get off of Kuminga, you get to get rid of Buddy Hield, open up a few roster spots, and take a step back, sigh of relief, and figure out what you want to do moving forward, kind of regroup in the summer.
Man, rest in peace, Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield. Comedy duo. That music means we got a trade. God, I love that music. New Orleans Pelicans are trading our guy, Jose Alvarado, to the New York Knicks. All right. This one's been talked about for a while, and they need the depth. And Miles McBride's not been healthy. They're relying on Jordan Clark. Banged up, even Josh Hart, pardon me, recently. Karl Anthony Towns, not looking spry like a cat, more like an old dog. But Jose Alvarado, now a member of the New York Knicks. Who wants up first? You go, Doc, Sam.
Great reality trade for them. I mean, I love it. They needed that depth. Fantasy wise, I don't think it moves the needle really on anybody. But man, I think that's good for him for getting out of a toxic environment. I don't know what the environment is in New York, but good for him for going to a team that has the chance to really do something this year.
I'll say Mike Brown probably with even any drama there has the environment doing pretty well over there. Sam, if you got any scorching hot Jose Alvarado takes, feel free. But if not, we can get back to the Warriors, which
is Jordan Poole going to play basketball again now that they've freed up a guard spot?
Sorry, I got an extra laugh out of it because what happened? I mean, that punch really, really, really left a mark on that dude. Yeah. That's rough for him, and we'll maybe cover that some other time. This Kuminga, or probably let's start with Porzingis. Like, I think most people want to know because he's got such a high profile, like boom or bust fantasy game. What's your odds on how many games he plays out of the remaining games? Like, what percentage of the games you think he plays in?
Oof. Well, Rick Celebrini is celebrated on the Warriors training staff as being able to kind of revive players' careers who've been injured. You look at Otto Porter Jr. They squeezed a lot of good games out of Butler before he got hurt. Melton's looked incredible since coming back from that injury this year. So
right.
I think the belief for the Warriors is, and I did see some early signs that they think Porzingis could be back soon. I don't think that they would have traded for him thinking he was going to miss another half of the season. They'll probably manage him carefully, similar to what they do with Horford and Melton. So I think that they're more likely to make sure he can play and continue playing rather than come back and play back-to-backs and get hurt. I think the Warriors have like 6 back-to-backs left remaining this year. So I don't know. I think maybe 2/3 of the remaining games feels like kind of a rough estimate without really getting a firm timeline yet from the training staff when they think he'll return.
I like that.
Go for it, Doc.
The whole earlier you said Steph Curry just wants a chance, and you were like, I think there's a chance. And now talking about Porzingis maybe playing, and it just reminds me of Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance, because that's sort of what it feels like with Porzingis. But the interesting thing is, I think Porzingis and Horford were alternating games for Boston when Boston had their big run a couple of years ago. Now they're back together again. And if you're going to have Al Horford, you might as well have Porzingis. They're both every other game players. It sort of works out perfectly that way.
Look, Porzingis, like, he absolutely sledgehammered that Boston title. Like, they probably would have won anyway. But Porzingis, he takes things to another level. Do you expect him to have that kind of an impact for this squad when they get to the playoffs? They've got that experience with Al Horford. He's a veteran player. You got a veteran team. Theoretically, this should not be rocket science for them to put him in and have him start playing, at his level. What does this do for their outlook in the playoffs?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's a clear number 2. I think Butler was kind of a questionable offensive number 2. It was more matchup dependent for him to be able to consistently score. And I mean, Porzingis, his size, his shooting is unquestioned. It's just been, can this guy stay healthy on the floor? When he's on the floor, I think it's a seamless fit. The Warriors now have 3 bigs that are all stretch 5s between Horford, Porzingis, and Post. So they're going to play the same way, regardless of which of those guys is out there. Porzingis can also protect the rim, so that gives them a different dynamic. I think Porzingis and Draymond are very complementary next to one another. So I think he'll fit right in. He's going to get all the shots that he can eat. He's going to get some great looks, hopefully create some space on the floor for others as well.
Let's go down the line here, and feel free if you want to make a fantasy take, feel free. But even if you want to just keep it to reality, Draymond Green is kind of next on the rotation. And they made as Brian Windhorst put it, they crossed the Rubicon with him. Basically, he's no longer untouchable in Golden State. And they put him out for trade. Hasn't happened. Now he's going to just sort of settle back into whatever he wants to do. Does he experience any sort of role or statistical change, do you think? And I'll extend that to the rest of the rotation as well. But if you want to start with Draymond, that would be great.
I think if Draymond feels like there's a chance, he's locked in. When Butler got hurt, he's just checked out, and he just can't get up for regular season games. Because we saw Draymond have games this season, double-digit assists. He's had a couple games where he hits 4 or 5 threes. But now it just feels like you're happy if he makes 2 threes and gets, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and only 2 turnovers. You're like, wow, Draymond hit 2 threes. That's great. So I think expectations have kind of been lowered. I think from a fantasy perspective, though, it probably doesn't change. He's still in his role. We don't really have another power forward to take his spot.
Yeah, and then down rotation, you got Podziemski's been on a nice little run here. And to your point on Melton, I haven't seen him this athletic. I don't know, probably a couple seasons now. And so even as, he's got the limits, the minute limits, no back-to-backs, it's felt like the Warriors have relied on him over the last week or so as a more or less a lead guy with Steph out. So do you think these guys, their roles stay the same, like minutes-wise, touches maybe not so much, but do you think that they're going to have some major downtick that fantasy GM should maybe be concerned with?
I bought all the Melton stock that I can, because I think the back-to-backs and minutes restriction is going to get lifted, and I think he's going to get all that he can eat. And I think that there's a reality where they feel like they will use Porzingis' salary next year to bring back Melton. He's got a $3.5 million player option next year. He's severely underpaid for what he's shown he can do this year. He could probably be a $20 million player if he's playing a starter's workload and you kind of extrapolate his numbers to that. So I'm really into Melton. I think Pods' shooting's been down a little bit, but he's been doing everything else. So I expect him to continue to play a lot. I think Moses Moody's going to get more opportunities. I mean, there's not that much else. They don't really have anywhere else to go with this, and they got rid of Buddy Hield, so there's a little bit more or a little bit less mouths to feed. So I'm in on those three younger Warriors in terms of continuing to get the same looks and potentially get some more minutes.
Yeah, you just inspired me. Like, I want to go pick up DeAnthony Melton, and I can't because he's not available in any of my leagues. But it makes sense, man. I feel like if you're listening to the show and he's available in your league, you should pick up Melton. What about Kuminga going to Atlanta? Like you've seen as much Kuminga as anybody has, or as little Kuminga as anybody has, I guess. Does he have a chance to make a dent there? Could he possibly like unseat Zach Resache at some point?
Kuminga needs the ball in his hands. He's made that clear. So I feel like his best chance is to run the second unit, which is kind of what the Warriors were doing before he got hurt when he kind of came back for a few games, is let him eat against the second unit. But if the ball's going to be in the hands of Jalen Johnson, I think Kuminga is going to struggle to be an impact player in the first unit. I saw some criticism from some Atlanta fans on the internet kind of questioning the fit, that because Quinn Snyder also runs a motion offense. They're not super ISO heavy. So I'm not really sure. Yeah, I don't think this is like an amazing situation for Kuminga. Like if he had been traded to Milwaukee and they had gutted their front court, and it's like, sure, they're just gonna, literally hand Kuminga the keys and let him work. I think Atlanta's gonna kind of see what they've got and see how he fits in, and not really be upset if it doesn't work out, because it's a team option next year and they could just let him go.
What about around the league? Since I think we have you here for 2 more minutes, not quite sure. Anything that just strikes you around the league as more important, less important? Anything from a fantasy perspective, even? What say you?
It was interesting that all kind of the contenders have been pretty quiet. That OKC move to get Jared McCain is kind of pretty under the radar. And then just a lot of like lateral moves, Harden to Cleveland, AD to the Wizards, JJJ to Utah. It's interesting. Just you saw a lot of movement, but not necessarily a lot of moves by the teams that are kind of at the top. So that kind of struck me a little bit in terms of what's happening.
Hey,
also,
Sam,
I'll go for it, Doc.
The Warriors traded Trace Jackson Davis, and our former colleague Rick Camley used to get so mad at Steve Kerr for not playing Trace Jackson Davis more. He's going to the Raptors for a 2026 second round pick. Any thoughts on Trace Jackson Davis going to the Raptors?
I thought that was actually a great move by Dunleavy. You basically flipped your late second into another second and opened up a roster spot. In terms of what he can do for Toronto, he's a serviceable big. I think that they have some concerns about Pirtle's health. They want to get off of him. I don't know too much what their front court rotation looks like, but Trace is like an above the rim big man. He isn't, he's had some moments. He hasn't really been consistent on either end of the floor. So kind of just a flyer, I think, for any team that's interested in him. Nobody that I'd really like be sprinting to go pick up from a fantasy perspective.
All wonderful stuff. You guys got to check out his podcast. I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, so I know what I'm working with here. Sam, thank you so much for joining us. You guys can all follow him at SD Orlik, ORLIK, on Twitter. Make sure you check out the Golden State Warriors Sports Ethos pod. Sam, thank you so much for joining the show, and we will talk with you very, very soon. Okay.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Yes, sir. See you soon. All right. Next, we have the great John Mosales, the FSWA nominated. John Mosales, how you doing, brother?
Doing great. Refreshing Twitter. Can't leave my phone for more than a minute. It's a crazy time. Best time of the year.
Yeah, and so just so you know, we got a little Bo Jackson action here. He's a multi-sport guy here at Sports Ethos, works in our NBA division, but also heads up our football division. So if you haven't checked out our football division, you guys need to get there, because the way we do things here is we win and you win, John. And we're glad to have you in both spots. So let's get started here. I guess let's what's your high level, what's the biggest fantasy winner and or loser situation so far?
For me, it's easy. Ao to the Wolves is crazy. I mean, right on the Bulls, he's kind of behind the Giddy. You had Herter, you had Kobe White, someone else, Trey Jones, and now he's freed up. Funny little story. A week ago, I had Ao. I traded him for Hardenstein on the Monday, and then on Tuesday, Hardenstein was back in. So I was like, oh my God, I won this trade so bad. I felt bad for the guy I traded Ao to. And now a week later, it was on the Wolves to be a starting point guard. I mean, what would you trade to get Ao now? Like, if you had Franz Wagner, right? Who would you rather have in fantasy? I'd have Ao.
Man, it's crazy to see now you got me calling him. It's Io.
I know.
Ao. But don't worry, you're going to fit right in here, John. It took me a long time to get any names correct, it felt like. But his development, I mean, this is a guy who shoots a lot of three-pointers, has an amazing field goal percentage, and I'm just curious if he's in a different scheme, because he's a totally athletic player. He's got a nose for defense. Like, does he actually pick up some defensive stats? Because if he does that, yeah, watch out, because he's been flirting with like top 80, top 70 value kind of as a maybe a baseline when he's getting 26, 27, 28 minutes. And I guess let me ask you this. What do you think about his minutes per game in Minnesota?
Well, I mean, he's sliding into that starting point guard, right? Conley's gone, Dillingham's gone. Is there even another option?
Just Dante. Yeah, just Dante.
Yeah, I love Dante. But I mean, you get great percentages from him. You might get that, but that usage bump. We've seen it so many times. Like McCall Bridges is the perfect example, right? Goes from Phoenix to Brooklyn, and all of a sudden, a 25 point per game score, right? So I think that's what everyone's looking for in fantasy after this trade deadline, right? Those guys who just change the scenery. Jaden Ivey could have it on Chicago, right?
That's beautiful stuff.
Dude, I was on Io all year. Io was my pickup of the day, like almost like weekly, right? I was always talking Io. That was when he was in Chicago. He was playing really well as a backup and without really a big role. I guess he had a big role as a backup, but man, him starting in Minnesota, that should be fun. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, let's. I think with Io, let's close this out. Like, is he a run don't walk pickup? John, what do you think?
Well, I mean, he's built a shuttle and go into space. I mean, try and trade for him. For me, it's like, what would I give up to try and get him before he blows up, right? Like Ty Jerome was my guy I've been eyeing all year. Now, boom. I know you're big on the Spencer, right? Is it Cam Spencer?
Both. Yeah. I got both everywhere.
But it's like, you want to pay before the bread is, in the oven. So if he's available, I pick him up. If he's on the wire and you have the number one waiver priority, do you use him? For me, that's how it is. Or how much FOB would you use? Would you spend $70 of $100 budget?
Ooh, man, I don't think I would have $70 of $100 at this point in time during the year, because I just burned through that. But yeah, no, I mean, look, he's had early round numbers for significant stretches, like 2-week stretches at a time, and he's never really dipped out of the 150. And we're talking in some of the worst conditions. Like, they don't really treat him as a much of anything, when you've got Giddy, Trey Jones, Kevin Herter, you got all these, ball handlers, and they just never really kind of gave it to him. Now we get to the Wolves, aside from the reality piece, which we should talk about here. This takes some degree of pressure off of Anthony Edwards, I think, to handle so much. He takes some of the pressure off of Julius Randle to handle so much. Will there be a huge usage spike with those two guys in general, just sucking up all the usage? I don't know, but I just think it's a little bit better than Chicago. And I think that it also will, that little bit might be enough to unlock him. And the defensive stat thing, like he gets no defensive stats in Chicago. Billy Donovan is a guy, I think through the years, we've seen him almost like, feels like he's targeting the box score. He's like, Matas Bacelis, you get nothing today. And if you dare go get a rebound, and if you dare go for a block that you shouldn't have gone for, I'm going to, pull you. Or you see a reduction in roll. And maybe in Minnesota, they're just like, no, go out and get steals, man. We want steals. And if he does those two things, a small bump in usage, and he gets some defensive stats, I think top 60 in 9 cat leagues, top 75 in 8 cat leagues. And that would be the probable ceiling. If anything happens to somebody, I think he could step up and eat that other usage. And then from a reality perspective, like when I saw this trade, I actually thought, oh my God, Minnesota's actually a contender now. Like this, they.
Okay. I guess Brew is frozen. Brew doesn't like IO because of the lack of defense. I love IO. And I think in a head-to-head league, where I don't really need my guy to do all 8 categories well, I think I was going to be awesome in Minnesota. I think that's, like you said, that's the trade that we're fantasy managers are waiting for. Like if Michael Porter Jr. gets traded, like we all think he's going to, it's not actionable because you can't go pick up Michael Porter Jr. There's leagues where you can go pick up Ayo Dosunmu and get a starting point guard off the waiver wire. And that's what it's all about, man. That's fun and exciting and everything else.
Yeah.
Drew,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Y'all don't need me. You just kicked me out. That's all good.
I think you're actually underselling the ceiling, Brew, because his percentages are so good. He doesn't really turn it over. He's a really good rebounding guard. I think he could slide in. I think top 50, totally on the table. Maybe even like top 40, just because he's all he's doing is adding. He's going to get open looks. It's a better offense, and if he gets, to 1.1, 1.2 steals, I mean, oh my God.
Well, and also he's been a little tiny bit dinged up this year, but I just feel like he projects as a player to stay on the floor. And you're going to have Minnesota in the hunt, trying to maintain some seeding. You get some funny stuff in the last couple of weeks. Any team can have that happen if they end up on a standings island or something. But he's pretty much locked and loaded, ready to go. Okay, so let's see. Are we running out of time for you here? I think so. All right. We got to say goodbye to Doc, actually.
Yeah,
Doc.
I'm out.
Oh, hey, go have fun playing Golden Tee. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. You're going to have to get that game in real quick.
That's why you up, bro.
I know, right? All right. So, Doc, we'll see you soon.
I'll be back.
Next, we're going to bring in the great Tim Woodson. You can find him at BlackLinks1 over on Twitter and Blue Sky. He is one of the box score breakdown ballers that hosts our shows every single night during the week. Tim, how the hell are you?
Look at me joining the party. What's up, guys? How we doing?
Oh, yeah. Gosh, the sultry tones of Tim Woodson.
Oh, gosh. Stop.
I can't stop. I can't stop. When I hear it, I'm like, man, you have like 5 million voiceover jobs. Can you be the narrator of the world? Just let us know how things are going. I will. I just did. All right. Well, how are you? And let's see. What's your big take right now? What's the biggest winner loser situation in fantasy?
Oh yeah, I'm doing good, feeling good. This is I remember I was talking to Keston a couple of days ago. I was like, oh man, this trade deadline is going to be mid, and then like out of nowhere, breaking news: JJJ goes to the Jazz, and I was like, what? What's happening? I feel pretty good now. The trade deadline, I feel like it's probably just about settled. A couple of big winners I had, of course. Thank the Lord. I've been praying for this for years. Jalen Smith is free. Oh my God! Finally.
Are you a little sad about Gershon Yabusele joining the party there in Chicago?
No, he's
not at all.
He's bad. Personally, I think he had a rough go.
He looks a little hefty these days.
Yeah,
that's been the issue with him.
Not the
back
same
to Boston.
Guy. They needed that though. They needed that front court depth because I mean they were running either him and Matas has to play big a little bit. They needed him exactly. So I think he's just more depth purposes than anything. But good for him. Very excited. Very excited for Garland if he's healthy. I mean, that's the whole new world for him in the Clippers realm, and he's going to get the run that he needs to over there. So hopefully Garland is healthy. I know the toe's been a problem. I think that's why they ended up selling on Garland so early, because he's still pretty young. He's like 26, 27. And they had to give a second up just to get rid of him, which I think also is a pretty key component to that. But hopefully if Garland's healthy and he's running, the world's yours, man. It's your oyster. A couple other big winners. Oh, you what?
No, go ahead. Go for it. Go for it.
Big ups to Matas Buzelis too. I think he's just gonna have to do more because they don't have as many bigs. He's gonna have to play as many minutes as possible, and you would want that run. Now I think he's got that top 60, top 50 potential to just go crazy rest of the season. Finally, been waiting on that. A big fan of the bigs in Cleveland, man. Mobley and Allen. They got James Harden hoops. Oh yeah, that pick and roll's gonna go crazy.
That's my question with them. I'm because like James Harden very good in that pick and roll, very good with the lobs.
Oh yeah,
like so that's the good, right? And then the bad is he's taking a ton of shots. He's got the ball in his hand a lot. And actually, some good news for Jalen Tyson last night. Kenny Atkinson after last night's game basically broke down how they're going to use Jalen Tyson, saying that he's bigger, so they could use him as a screener and in the short roll, and that they like him out on the wing. And he said, I don't think that this should affect his role bringing in James Harden in terms of the amount of shots. It felt like whoever's asking the question plays fantasy basketball. I was like, thank you. I actually filmed it. I'll release it here in a second.
He's on my team. I swear he's
actually, you know what? I have that as a draft. I'll release it here like within 3 seconds. But
oh, we froze. I think, I had Jalen Tyson on my list of winners too, because I think his role as a starter is just locked in. That's the big thing.
With the Porzingis trade to the Warriors, what about what is it, Mohamed Gayu? Is that his name?
Oh yeah, Mohamed Gay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is he a pickup? Because Mobley maybe back week, maybe after the All-Star break. Porzingis gone. That's a ton of minutes for him right there.
Yeah, they don't really have another big man. I mean, Okongwu's probably back.
Questionable tonight.
Yeah, thank God. I mean, dude, that was a crazy punch to the face, or elbow to be exact. But Gay is probably, I think, someone in deeper leagues who might be able to get some run, maybe like a 14, 16 team guy, especially with Porzingis going. He was kind of getting some time anyways.
Yeah, and he's good.
Yeah, and he's a solid player. He's like a solid real life player who can sometimes bring up some good defensive stats and rebounds and stuff in fantasy. So yeah, Gay is someone you want to keep an eye on too, especially in deeper league formats. I agree.
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know what the heck's going on over here, but other than IO, are there any league winners that you're eyeing for after the All-Star break? And it maybe not even be trade deadline connected.
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, I want to get John in because we're going to get John out of here pretty soon. So hang tight, Tim.
Yeah. I like to go more macro, kind of focus on the teams. Like Memphis, we're like trading out Triple J. They might move Jaw, shut down Jaw. There's just so much there, right? Like G.G. Jackson, I think he's a guy who was floating on the wire and probably got picked up in bigger leagues or like better leagues. Grab him. If Ty Jerome's on your wire, invite me into your league, and I'll pick him up. Like Keyshawn Wallace was dropped in a lot of OKC leagues, right? We got that Shea injury to the break, and then Brook Lopez, right? If Zubac gets traded, Clippers have their pick. They're probably going to play a lot of Brook, right?
Possibly.
That too. Possibly. I think Yannick too. Yannick Conan Niederhauser. Oh man, the rookie.
Interesting player. Interesting.
Yeah.
His dunk. He had a dunk last night where I thought he was on a Nerf hoop. And he is. How tall is he? Is he 6'11" or is he 7'1"?
I think he's over 7. I'm gonna double check. I actually want to know
because I've watched him for a while here, and he's been added in 30 deep periodically, and then he'll get dropped. And I'm just like, when are they going to do that? You know, when is it going to implode? As we've been kind of talking about throughout the show. But before we go on a Niederhausen, John. Is there anybody else that you want to mention before you cut out here? Anybody you're targeting? Any other winners and losers before we move on?
I touched on it. Oh, I'm muted. Touched on it earlier. The TJD, Trace Jackson Davis on the Raps, because if Pirtle can't get healthy with his back, I loved watching him a couple years ago on the Warriors. He's a block machine. rebounds. He doesn't take anything off the table. He cost me a league. He had 3 steals and a half. So I've always been following him. I love him. Love the Raps. If CMB, Murray Boyles, the rookies on the wire, again, invite me to your league because I will pick him up. But that's probably it off the top of my head. Philly in week 20 playoffs, right? They have 5 games. Embiid's going to play 2 of those. So Bona's going to be maybe a big stash. Philly's just so interesting. So that's about it.
And any other rumors you're watching out for as we get into the waning hours here of the trade deadline?
I mean, it seems like it's just all Giannis watch. I feel like saying that you're not going to trade him means now I think you're definitely going to trade him. So, is he going to go? Is Ja going to go? If Giannis does go, is that going to be a domino where then everyone just starts, making these trades last minute? So it's just probably nothing happens, but maybe it's the Big Bang Theory.
All right. The great John Mosales. You can follow him at JONMOSALES on Twitter. And as I said, he covers our football department, leads our football department, as well as working here in the NBA division. Thank you, John, and enjoy the rest of the trade deadline. So from here, it looks like it's me and you, Tim. You got any league winners you're talking about right now?
Yeah, I am very interested. This is more of a deep cut for the Wizards, but dude, Tristan Vucevic is kind of like wide open right now. He's got all the rain in the world because there's no one literally there. AD's not playing. I'm convinced. Very sad I have AD in one league. They have no reason to play him. They're trying to get that last Infinity Stone to join the group just so they can be absolute monsters next year. So I think it is absolutely Tristan Vucevic season when silly season hits.
Yeah. Tristan Vucevic, sir, is he's been one of my guys forever. And if he's healthy, he can slot into those backup minutes right away. But I do think that they want to crank him up to probably 20 plus. And start to, it's like a little bit of practice even for playing with AD. It's not too different maybe at this stage of their careers. There's a little bit of size comparison there. AD's obviously got the accolades and, can do much more than Tristan Vucevic. But I think at 25 minutes per game, he starts to become a top 100, 125 player. And maybe there's just another gear there. Let's get to some of these other trades that we've been working with here. Let's go back up here. All right. We got, as mentioned earlier, Gershon Yabusele to the Chicago Bulls. And you mentioned Jalen Smith. Everybody's on Jalen Smith right now. Jalen Smith's probably on a lot of rosters already. And so I think maybe the question is not so much do you run and pick up Jalen Smith? Because I think that ship sailed, probably a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. But now the question is, how good can he be? And my question for myself, I have Jalen in a number of spots, is he going to get hurt playing so many minutes?
I know,
because he's done this forever. And then what of the deficiencies, you got some defensive stats that come and go. You guys have, or he's got, percentages issues sometimes. It's because he shoots some threes. He's going to have a lower field goal percentage than other big men, though theoretically that could change if he's playing only center minutes. So is he going to be a top 75 guy in Chicago down the stretch, especially if they're tanking? That's the question that I have with him. And I'm wondering if you can sell Jalen Smith and maybe get more than you'll actually get by playing it. And so that's one issue there. So what do you think about all that?
I think that's a good point. If everything's clicking for me, I see about top 80. So he'll be in that 75-ish range. But yeah, you're right. I mean, one day maybe he's hitting 70% from the field, gives you a couple threes, nice 13 and 10 double-double. And then the next day he goes 0 for 3 from the free throw stripe. And you're just like, oh, thanks. I didn't know I would be getting that today. Yeah, that's great. Like I said, block numbers are here and there sometimes, not really big assist guy, maybe some steals here and there. That might be actually a good idea. If he has a stretch and you can sell right before your trade deadline to get someone that's a little bit more stable in the top 80, that might be a great idea. If you get someone that's actually on a competing team, I actually like that. That's a good point.
Yeah, especially with the hype out there. I mean, I get why people want to declare him a league winner. It feels like especially in the trade deadline, there's usually kind of not that many of them. But that I just have those concerns right there. And then some quick news real quick. Miles McBride will undergo surgery this week that could sideline him for the rest of the season. And this basically, Jose Alvarado is I'll put it to you this way. Jose Alvarado needs 23 minutes per game to have 8 cat value and 9 cat value pretty much. So I think they're going to love him there. And they've been talking about him forever. And this is his moment. And I think 25 minutes per game feels right. I know that starts to put him in injury risk territory because he can't stay on the floor. So it's another risk there. But I think late round value is basically a lock for him. And so I would probably, if I had 4 moves left, I would at least use one on Jose Alvarado. If I had 2 moves left, I would probably be looking at my rotation and seeing how many guards I have and kind of parsing it out from there. All right, let's bring in our next guest, Anthony Cates, who leads baseball here along with Paul Williamson. And our baseball division is cranking right now, just cranking. I love it. You can follow him at AK Fantasy BB. And you guys got to watch out. Our fantasy baseball draft guide is launching. It's already mostly available on SportsEthos.com, but the official release will be Tuesday right after the Super Bowl. So hello, Anthony. How are you, sir? And who are your biggest winners and losers so far in the trade deadline?
Guys, thanks for having me on. Glad to be here. I got a couple of winners, and I'll say my number one winner is going to be Santi Aldama in Memphis. I love him. I've actually been a very big fan of his forever. With JJJ gone, there's no other big man really, right? Edie's out for a while. Everyone else is 6'8" or shorter. Now he's going to step in as a starter. He was 17-7-3, 1.5 stocks, 2 threes. Like, that's a top 75 player. He's outside the top 100 right now just because he has, he's rode the bench quite a bit. But this is 30 minutes. They're going to play the crap out of him. They have no one else to play up there. And I love him. If you need a forward or a center, God forbid he's available unless you're like in an 18 league, go out and grab him. Yeah, he's my favorite guy to get right now as soon as that JJJ news came out.
I love it. And he did this so perfectly. He just disappeared before the trade deadline. And he's got that tradable contract. So you're just like, okay, is he traded? Is he hurt? Nobody knows. He's just going to play with like 7 guards in Memphis. They just run up and down the floor, gliding like a gazelle and blocking shots, hitting threes, doing all those things you said. That's beautiful stuff there. What about this Jose Alvarado situation? Like, do you feel like it's worth a move if you've got, say, 2 or 3 moves left as we're wrapping up the trade deadline here? Do you think that's a good one?
Absolutely. And I can tell you, while you two were discussing it, I was adding him to my 14-team league. I was scooping him up immediately. I do have some point guard needs there. It's basically just Cooper and CJ McCollum, which is not a great twosome if that's all you got. I think he's about to get all of Miles McBride's minutes. There's, as we all know, the Knicks run with a very thin bench at all times, basically 25, 28 minutes. And just like you said, hope he stays healthy.
Let's get some administrative stuff off the board here because we've got the trade for Dosunmu. We didn't really mention any of these other guys. Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller, 4 second-round picks. Julian Phillips heading over to Minnesota. Whenever I'd watch Julian Phillips play, I'd say, I don't think he's not an NBA player. I'd say we got to kind of pay attention to this guy. So that's an interesting deep cut there. And then the Lakers traded Gabe Vincent to the Hawks for Luke Kennard. They sent a 2032 second-round pick as well. Is there any love for Luke Kennard in Los Angeles? I'll go to you, Tim. What do you think?
Funny, I have him in our 20-team league together. I've been holding him, and now I see it, and I'm like, ooh, Luka passes, Austin Reed passes, LeBron passes. We're actually going to see if the Lakers curse is real and if he can really shoot, because he's like a 45% shooter from 3, and if it doesn't work here, then maybe it is a real curse in LA. Who knows? I'm excited for it. I think he's going to get 20 plus minutes. He might get 6-7 shots, hit a couple threes. I still think it's more of a deeper league play. But he's a better shooter than Gabe Vincent. We know that for sure, like historically. So it might be panning out in his favor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Back to you, Anthony. What rumors are you kind of tracking right now as we get in the last few hours of the trade deadline here?
Obviously the Zubac rumors that kind of an easily movable contract there. I'm not really hearing who would be in on him. That one is kind of by the wayside for me there. Every time I try to find it, it's just he can be moved. Obviously, like everyone else, I've been sitting here on Giannis for about a week, and it's just not going to happen now. Unfortunately, I think everyone who could have has already made a move, and Milwaukee has realized there just wasn't a deal worth their time for him. But as I was looking at it, I'm hoping Minnesota makes one more move. They were the ones I was kind of looking at, and I think it's their wing depth, especially out coming off the bench. There's not a lot there that I like, and not a lot that I would trust in the playoffs, right? Because obviously that's the focus. Obviously, I love the AO move. I really do. That guy is going to be worth a ton. It's going to be him and Naz Reid, and that's the bench, right? I love Bones Highland, but come on now.
Yeah,
we've tried it in Denver. We've tried it other places. But that's the big one. Yeah, Minnesota's got to make one more move, man. And, maybe the Bulls figure out their guards, whatever they're doing, stockpiling like the early 2000 Timberwolves.
It's a thing. I don't know how Chicago's feeling today.
Doing, man.
There's so many teams that I got a question for. Yeah, so many teams doing weird things. Utah, were you a fan of the Lauri Markkanen deal? Or probably not Lauri Markkanen, JJJ.
Me?
No, Anthony. I'm so sorry. Anthony, are you a fan of that move? Three first round draft picks and Walter Clayton.
I mean, I think from a Utah's perspective, that really wasn't that much. They have so much young talent. They have plenty of picks. I guess if you're not going to trade Markkanen, you've got to build off of him, build off of Keontae. I really like what they got going on there. I really like Ace Bailey. And you figure next year, when everybody's healthy and JJJ can play power forward instead of having to play center, you got everybody out there. I think they're going to be really fun. That's a competitive team next year. They make a draft for the immediacy now in the 2026 draft, and maybe spend a few more of those unlimited free agent dollars it seems they still have out there. I like it. I think it's going to be very fun. They kind of needed that. Markkanen just kind of get bullied in the paint. He's not the perfect defensive power forward. But overall, I really like it. I don't know. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of team chaos. I love it when stars are being tossed around. I want everyone going for it. I don't like tanking. I'd rather you lose 25 games, but you're competitive the whole time, or win 25 games, but you're competitive, than win 18. And for the last 30 games of the season, it's 12 people we've never heard of on the court.
Yeah, I had the opposite take, but I'm with you on all the things you said. Is like, I hate tanking. I cannot stand tanking. I think it just destroys your franchise. And I like the idea of just taking a shot. And JJJ, maybe in a different environment, will just be a little bit better at all the different things. Like, so many times he's been given the rock and just everybody's got to get out of the way. And that's just not his game. Come into a system, play with some guys that can make you look good, and focus some on the defense, the block shots, become a defensive monster again, figure out what rebounding is, and that's going to be tough as they got a lot of size there. But at least they're making a move, and we'll see what happens next. Now, we have something that's happened next. It's not like a thing, but I do think the game behind the game is playing out for Milwaukee right now. Milwaukee not wanting to trade Giannis, and I think Giannis is kind of done in Milwaukee. Like, he wants to go out on his own terms. He wants the fans to love him. He wants, to say he gave it his all. And at the same time, he knows that they're dead money, that they're not winning, and he wants to win. And that's the most important priority for him. So Milwaukee says, we're not dealing you right now. And Giannis is like, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to play in a meaningless last third of the season. And I want to try to get a title right now. And the teams that want Giannis want not just next season, but they want this season as a potential needle mover as well. So Giannis Antetokounmpo still plans on playing this season, according to Eric Nem of The Athletic, once he has fully recovered from his right calf strain, to help the Bucks make a push for the postseason. So
Wow.
I think this is a shot across the bow at the Milwaukee Bucks to say, all right, if you keep me, I'm playing. I'm going to win games, and you're going to lose your draft pick. You know, you have a lower draft pick. So I don't know if this will work for Giannis. Like, I don't think the Bucks are. I don't think the Bucks care about the legacy of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I don't think they do either.
No.
Right now, I don't think they do, and it's arguable that they shouldn't. You know, it's tough. I think, you know, maybe you just probably get out of these situations a lot faster. You know, when your team's in this situation, like, you don't bring in Damian Lillard and you don't, you know, do all the Drew Holiday stuff. You know, you basically, you don't sign Chris Middleton to that deal. You just say, all right, if we don't have line of sight on something good, all right, let's get out while the going's great. And you could have had Giannis out there, you know, a couple of years ago. You could have traded him for the farm, you know, the whole thing. And now you're going to get probably not much. You know, they'll get more than what we've seen for the stars being traded these days. But I don't think you're getting the haul you would have gotten 2 seasons ago. So that then begs the question of what's going to happen with all these fantasy players in Milwaukee. Does this start with you, Tim? Do you think that this throws any water on the Ryan Rollins? Kevin Porter Jr. just got back, had a big stat game, had some really questionable plays, but he had a big stat game. Would you try to sell high on these guys right now while the threat of Giannis coming back and stealing all those stats is somewhat real, I guess?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, KPJ and Ryan Rollins are, of course, their options number 1A, 1B right now. And I mean, Rollins is technically been rolling like top 40, top 30 over the last maybe week and a half since Giannis has been out. You get KPJ coming back. He puts up like almost a triple-double with 5 steals. This would be your opportunity if this all happens. You probably got maybe like 2 more weeks before Giannis is technically 100% before he comes back. So that would be your room to do so. If you're trying to sell high on anybody, I doubt anybody takes it. But get rid of Kyle Kuzma, get rid of Bobby Portis, like get him out of there. Like you do not want them on your teams in this type of situation. That also kills stuff like Pete Nance in the deeper leagues. Miles Turner's probably going to be fine. Honestly, I'm interested to see how Miles Turner plays when he comes back because Miles Turner's kind of hooping right now for once. And he was doing pretty well, and he plays a little bit better next to Giannis. So I'm excited to see what that actually looks like for him. But the guards more so, I think, are your bigger sell highs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think when you play with these, the Kyle Kuzmas, who decided to throw a full court pass last night that went out of bounds and then gave the other team a chance to win. Classic Kyle Kuzma. But these guards, they push the ball up tempo. It's more like Indiana. Where, you know, Miles Turner can then get into space and use some of his skills when it's Giannis on the floor. Everybody's just hunkered down in the paint. And Miles is like, I ain't got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Anthony, how do you feel about this dynamic in Milwaukee? Like, how are you parsing all that out?
So I agree a lot with Tim here, right? Obviously, Giannis he demands a lot of usage, a lot of time. The ball's going to be in his hands a lot. It takes out of KPJ's hands. It takes out of Rollins. Though I think I personally, you could hold on to Rollins because he was doing really well with Giannis early, right? Yeah. I see it, Tim. Exactly. I think he can be fine, right? Giannis does need a second option, obviously. I do agree. Get rid of everyone in that front court except for Turner. Get rid of Portis. Get rid of Kuzma, who I know it's tough to trade either one of them, but they're streaking a little bit, right? I really like what Turner's doing. He's been a top 10 guy in 9-cat the past 2 weeks. In fact, him, KPG, and Rollins are just, I mean, they're burning it up. Like you said, that first game back for Kevin Porter Jr., it was like, oh, man, give him a team, start him something. I don't know. I do think it's kind of a big middle finger from Giannis that he wants to come back and play, though. All right, they're not that far out of the play-in, and we all know playoff Giannis he can get in there. He can mess some things up. And yeah, they should have traded him like 2 years ago. I think that was the ideal time, right? The Miles Turner contract shouldn't have happened. The Damian Lillard trade shouldn't have happened. The Drew Holiday second trade shouldn't have happened. It's all been kind of downhill, honestly, since the title, right? Since they've won the title, it's been how do we fill in around him with older veterans who don't play defense or are getting hurt or cost too much for what they provide on the court.
I think Chris Middleton probably owes Giannis a couple $1 million because that one was the one right there. It's like, yeah, you're hurt, and I don't think it's going to work out well, and you got a big deal. It's one of the lowest rated deals I had in the free agency write-up that season, and it just is. It's tough as a small market club. You've got you got limited means, and you got to kind of hit on everything, and they did, and they got their championship, and now that's going to be the end of the story for them there. Yeah. Let's talk some buy lows. Tim, do you got any buy low targets? It doesn't even have to be trade deadline related. It could just be kind of end of season. I'll see that, Padre. End of season stuff. Like, what do you think? Buy low stuff.
Actually, there is one trade deadline. This is a very hot take for me. I think you can go buy low on JJJ of all people, because is interesting. I've got a chance to look at the standings, and I know that Utah's pick is top 8 protected, so they're like not at the bottom. I don't think they're going to get to the bottom. These guys are going to do some masterful tank jobs. You know, the Wizards and everybody else that's down there, and they're kind of like a little too far from the play-in. It's a little bit. So the idea is that they're not going to fully tank, but they're going to play some games here and there. They're going to sprinkle them in. They're going to have some tough opponents. They might sell at the end of the game. You're going to get some games out of JJJ. And if someone's sour on JJJ right now and you like throw in a top 100 player for him, I do that in an instant. Yeah, down the stretch, I get you right before silly season hits and in my playoffs. Sign me up. I'm all down for it.
Thank you for spicing this up. This is great because Utah at the beginning of the season, I'm pretty sure I got their over on the win total. I just looked at what they had and what everybody expected them to be, and I was like, no, they're going to win more than that number. It's just it just is. And so looking at your standings here, they are 16-35 in the West, and Dallas, like you mentioned, definitely wants to tank. Memphis probably going to be in tank mode. That's 2 teams right there.
New Orleans is bad.
New Orleans is trying to win, but they can't. So that's a problem. And Indy, Washington, Brooklyn. So and then Milwaukee is our classic pivot piece here, depending on what happens with the Giannis situation. So we got 3 teams in the East that are definitely tanking, and then you've got Sacramento, New Orleans, Dallas. That's 3 teams right there. That are Memphis. That's 4 teams right there. So you've got 7 teams that are pretty much likely to fall beneath them. And the pick's top 8 protected, and they've kind of shoved chips in the middle, and you want to see what some of these guys can do. What do you think, Anthony? Would you do a buy low deal on Triple J? And let's use the proverbial top 75 player that you have to spend to get a JJJ.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm with Tim here. I think Utah's going to feed him. I think they're going to want him getting the ball a lot. This is his chance to prove that he can rebound as well, right? This is something I hear on every podcast, you hear on every show, reading every article, right? You can't be that big and around the rim that often and averaging 6 rebounds a game. But I actually really like it. I think he's going to shoot plenty of threes, right? They're going to stretch the floor. I mean, they're going to have 5 guys on the floor at any given time that can hit a 3-pointer. This is going to be one of those dream scenarios where the ball's probably just going to be flinging around. They're going to be running up and down the court. When I was in high school playing basketball, they called this the recess style of play, where you don't really call plays, right? You're just running around, finding the open man, cutting, screening. I love Jaren Jackson out there. I think his time in Memphis was just done. I think he was done there. I think playing with Ja Morant can really bring you down. He just had the ball in his hands too much, right? It's been proven that the higher his usage rate is, the worse he performs. Right? The defense went down, the offensive efficiency goes down. He needs a true point guard. And I know, Keontae George, maybe not the traditional true point guard you want out there, but he can handle it. Ace Bailey can handle the ball and eventually start passing that ball around a little bit. So if we get that usage rate down to 25% instead of 30%, yeah. Well, sign me up. And especially in dynasty leagues, go all in. There's still a top 25 fantasy player in there.
So they lose their pick to OKC if they don't finish in that top 8 of the lottery standings. That's gonna be a line. They're gonna have to tiptoe that line to make this all work. But how do you bring in JJJ for 3 draft picks and say, we're gonna sit you?
Right.
The rest of the season. So that's they're going to tiptoe that line probably into late March, and depending on if you have fantasy playoffs, this could matter. You know, a lot of leagues have moved their playoffs up so they don't get into silly season, and they will showcase Jaren Jackson Jr. Now I'm going to be getting my break here pretty soon, as the overlords here just work me to the bone. Oh my God. What's that? The SportsEthos trade deadline show is trading the great Anthony Cates for the Hall of Famer Dr. A.
Oh man, here we go.
Yeah.
This is news, and I'm hearing it live, guys.
What a terrible trade.
That's so wild.
This is a terrible trade. Anthony, first of all, for those of you who haven't followed Anthony in the past, if you read his writing, first time I read his writing, I was like, oh my God, he writes kind of the way I do, which is like super in-depth, and it's polished, and it's got value just dripping all over it. And, that's one of the key components of all great fantasy analysts is they do the work, they do the blurbs, they do the written stuff. You got to be a 5-tool player in today's game. And when you write out the analysis, you find these angles that you're not going to find if you're just kind of like prepping for a podcast. It's one of the things I'm glad that I've been doing more writing this season. My TOS has got a little bit healthier so I can do more writing, and it's just up my game. And I'm just so thrilled to see you guys following that model. And it all shows right now in the draft guide. So if you guys are looking to get an edge up on the public, you got a lot of very public sources out there. Ours is still a little niche or niche. I never know which one that is. But it is as powerful as anything else that's out there. So get out there, check out the SportsEthos Fantasy Baseball Draft Guide. Follow Anthony at AK Fantasy BB. Anthony, thank you. By the way, your NBA stuff is just as good as your MLB stuff. So we're glad to have you in both squads. And enjoy the rest of your trade deadline. And we'll bring in Doc. Doc, we just lost a big trade. We lost Anthony, and now we have you.
You guys got the short end of that one. It's like you gave up. It's almost like you gave up Luka to get Chris Middleton.
Oh wow!
Oh my gosh!
No, here I think it's like the difference between was it peanut oil and corn oil?
Tim, what's up, dude?
Hey, congrats to your Hoosiers! I get a chance to tell you that.
Oh hell yeah! And on that note, I will see y'all in about 30 minutes.
Oh, Brew, are you out?
Yeah, I'm out of here. The show is yours, Doc. The floor is yours. Tim, hope to see you soon, and
Yes, sir,
I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
Cheers.
All right, man. I guess I'm in charge now, Tim. That's a little bit scary to think about. Let's bring in Mark Camaro of SportsEthos. He is the dynasty lead, and you can find him at Blue Sky. You can find him on Blue Sky at Mark C SportsEthos. Mark, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Welcome.
Look, he's wearing a jersey. We got 2 jerseys on the show.
Rockets.
I mean, it's perfect for the trade deadline with the Rockets, who have made 0 moves so far. So, really exciting stuff for us.
I thought Michael Porter Jr. was guaranteed to be moved today. Like, what? Why have I not heard his name?
I know.
I don't know if teams are going in enough on him. I thought the Pistons made a lot of sense because I think the Pistons need that shooting, need someone you can add just a little bit of on-ball scoring and juice. I think the Pistons right now are kind of like the Grizzlies were a couple years ago, where they're like, oh, we got this young core, we'll just keep building. And then 2 years now, they're kind of, oh, we actually weren't good enough. I'm a bit scared the Pistons are going down that route. But Michael Porter Jr. would have made a lot of sense for them.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
I have a winners and losers question, but I want to know. I wish Brew was here. I have this question I want to ask. Andre, I'm going to ask this, then I'm going to get to that. Brew kind of loves Jalen Smith, and he's not a big Ayo Dosunmu guy. Which one of those two do you think was the biggest winner?
I mean, I think it has to be Jalen Smith, just because you look at what they had before, and now you look at what they have now, and there's literally a clear path for minutes. He was already on the roster already. He's going to have the familiarity. The only other big man they brought in with their flurry of moves has been, Yabusele, which I appreciate Gershon Yabusele, but I mean, he kind of looked like he did I guess, way back when on the Celtics. He's kind of reverted back. So, I mean, Jalen Smith should have all he can eat. Yeah, I mean, he's gotten minutes in the past. Maybe not the most impressive, but you're talking around top 100 value, just getting some points, some boards, blocks, some threes, just some stats across the board. That's pretty good. I think, and I would assume I love Dosunmu more as a player, but you look at fantasy, I think he'll have a good enough role on the Wolves that you kind of need that extra wing perimeter player, but you're probably not talking about a huge increase in role from what we saw on the Bulls. So I think Dosunmu is more flat, but Jalen Smith is seeing the bigger delta.
Tim, what do you think?
Honestly, I think he hit the nail right on the head. I like it. I know people are probably like, oh no, he's going to be backing up Ant and all those guys, but they needed a ball handler, man. They needed a ball handler so bad. And you have a giant upgrade from Rob Dillingham to Ayo Dosunmu. Yeah, I think he's at least top 100.
I think Ayo's going to start, dude. I think he's going to start.
Really? You think he's better than Dante?
I think Dante's going to. I think they're going to start and Dante together.
So you'd be starting Dante, and so then Jaden McDaniels goes to the bench?
Wait, who goes to the bench?
It could be Dante.
I don't know. The last guest we had on was all in on Ayo, and he was saying that he was going to start for them for sure. And I don't know where he was getting that, if that's just what he thinks, but I don't know. Either way, I think Ayo getting out of Chicago and playing for a team that needs depth like that, whether he starts or comes off the bench, Ayo is a pretty big winner too. Anyway, Mark, who are the top winners? Maybe we just talked about two of them. Who are the top winners in this trade deadline so far?
Yeah, y'all definitely stole two off my list there. I think Bobby Portis, though, is kind of a winner because Giannis isn't getting traded. It looks like, I mean, unless something crazy happens in the next hour and a half, but it looks like all indications the Bucks are staying pat with Giannis, which then means Bobby Portis, maybe he gets traded in an upgrade, which still could be on the table, but I think it's more likely he stays. And if Giannis is going to be out for a couple more weeks, then Bobby Portis is still going to get all this run. And we saw him earlier when Giannis was out. Bobby Portis stepped back up, look a little bit like more prime Bobby Portis, giving you points in the mid-teens, solid efficiency, a couple threes, enough boards to be useful. So I think Bobby Portis is kind of a little under-discussed winner. You know, the trade deadline, people like to talk about who was traded, but sometimes it's who isn't traded and what that means for their rosters.
All right. And I think Kyle Kuzma probably falls into that category as well. I mean, if Giannis isn't playing, Kuz and Portis are both doing okay. Who else you got? You got any losers?
So not in terms of, I mean, Kobe White, I think, is a loser just because I think it makes sense for the Hornets that I think White is an upgrade on Colin Sexton for them, but there just isn't that clear now starting role for him. Probably coming off the bench, seeing maybe 20 to 25 minutes a game. I think it could be good to get him a little back on track as an off-ball shooter, as that's kind of regressed a little this season downward, but you just don't have the same minute ceiling you did as with the current, well, I guess the former current Bulls roster. So Kobe White, yeah, it's going to be hard to see if he can get that fantasy value back up for this season.
The Hornets are really interesting, man. They're on this like winning streak. They're making a push for the playoffs. I've never felt more confident that LaMelo Ball was going to finish a season than I do like right at this moment. I mean, it's a crazy story there in Charlotte. And I do wonder how they handle adding Kobe White to that. Do they sit him down and be like, look, dude, we're rolling right now. Do not come in here and screw this all up. Let the starters do their thing, and you help us off the bench when we need you. Or is he going to start pushing Konkanippel and Brandon Miller for shots? I don't know. I mean, can you contain Kobe White, Tim? Can you stop him from gunning?
Oof. I mean, if he's in a bench role, that's what they want him to do, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, man, go have at it. Go shoot some shots. He's got to find his shot eventually there. But I love it, man. What they did, and from when we were talking about Dorito ankles the last time I was on the show, and his ankles are holding up. LaMelo's ankles are still cooking. That's great. And you got Khan there. B. Miller's looking like a number one option. These guys are rolling. They have like a legit team. They're gonna make the play-in. I'm pretty sure they're gonna make the play-in.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah, it feels like it. So I think Kobe White, he'll be all right. He's gonna have to learn his place eventually. Like, they didn't bring you in to start, brother. Unfortunately, you gotta deal with that one. It might be tough at first, but I think he'll get the hang of it with the new team. He's probably happy to be playing back home.
You know, Miles Bridges.
Yeah.
Miles Bridges has been weird for them, man. Like, he has not looked very good lately. I know his name's been thrown around a little bit. I wonder if he gets the squeeze out of this. I wonder if Kobe White comes in and they start pushing Miles Bridges out a little bit. I could see that happening, because it seems like Bridges doesn't really fit. It just doesn't feel right to me right now. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that, but
I will say Bridges is their one like forward size player who actually has heft. Miller still plays more at the perimeter, still can get a little kind of roughed up inside. Like Cooper Flack took it to him when they had that fantastic game last week. So Bridges is really the only guy on that team who can provide like perimeter size and heft. That said, I think they should be looking for an upgrade, but it's more of an off-season move, more of a future-focused move. Yeah. But for now, Bridges is the only guy on that roster who can provide that, both blended perimeter and some size.
Mark, you got any other losers, trade deadline losers?
Not necessarily losers. One guy I wanted to talk about, though, and Tim, it seems like you're a Philadelphia fan based on the jersey.
No, I just collect jerseys, but we can talk Philly. I like it. Yeah.
So,
dude, no one has seen this part of my body in like 35 years. If I have a jersey on, it's gonna have some sleeves on underneath it. I just can't. I can't pull it off. But you guys are studs.
Quentin Grimes, I think, now gets a bit more solidified role. I would hope he gets signed long term, but look. Not that McCain was eating too much of his minutes, but I think Grimes now, you get that solidified 25 to 30 minute per game role. So Quentin Grimes is someone I'm looking at personally.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm a little sad. I actually dropped him in one of my leagues. I was like, dude, I can't. This guy is terrible. And then next thing you know, breaking news, Jared McCain's gone. Like, oh, no. Why? Yeah, I agree.
And the Thunder, I mean, as good as the Thunder are as a team, the one thing they are missing is that high-end offensive self-creation. And I don't know if Jared McCain is going to go back to that stretch he had in his rookie season. I don't think that's going to be the case, but there's obviously opportunity. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's out until, 1 to 2 weeks at least. So, Jared McCain just step in, see if he can get in the rhythm, and, hey, that could be enough to get him going. Still doesn't have the most fantasy-friendly game, but you have a chance there to maybe buy back in, especially more in a dynasty setting, and seeing if that sticks.
Yeah, you heard it from the dynasty god himself, guys.
The dynasty god has spoken.
Yeah, man. That knows it all.
Hey, Mark, with Anthony Simons shipped out of Boston, is there anybody on the perimeter in Boston who's not already on a fantasy roster that gets a boost? And I kind of love Sam Hauser this year. I feel like he should be rostered everywhere, but maybe he's not. But who are some guys that you think might be able to step up?
Well, I mean, based on how he took it to my team last night, Ron Harper Jr. I'm exaggerating that. I don't think Ron Harper Jr. is that's more of silly season or very deep league person. Honestly, probably no one that's, since you added the caveat, anyone who's rostered, then probably not. I mean, Peyton Pritchard probably gets a little bit more of a boost even though he's moved to the bench. I think that's just to balance out that second unit, let kind of White operate, then Pritchard comes in and operate, and they can obviously work together. Pritchard still balled out these last 2 games, but it looks like maybe Baylor Shireman jumping in that starting lineup, getting more minutes. Maybe he kind of sees more run. The Boston Wings have been a bit of a revolving door. First it was Josh Minot, then it was Jordan Walsh. Now it looks like it's Baylor Shireman. I don't know if it's going to stick. I kind of like what all those guys have shown in moments, but hey, Baylor Shireman, someone I scouted for Dynasty that I think he has some capable shooting, good enough rebounder at his size, has some perimeter ball handling skills. So maybe Baylor Shireman sticks around in this, 25, 30 minutes per game role and just can add a little bit of stuff across the board.
All right, let's do Tim. You got any thoughts on that topic, or you good?
Yeah, I feel pretty much the same way. It was a revolving door, but I think Baylor Sherman's got a shot now.
Yeah, I'm super intrigued by Sharman. And Sam Hauser to me is almost must roster if you need threes anyway. All right, let's do Dynasty buy low and sell highs. Mark, you got a list you're ready to present to us, or a player?
I got a player, and this is again with Dynasty and with trade deadline. I always like to say it's not about who was traded; it's what it means for other players, and that's the case with this first sell high I have in Alexar. Because if you're trading for AD, I feel like that's seeing signals that you don't think Alexar can be that lone big man, and I think Anthony Davis he's clearly should not be this mid-range ISO guy. He has not been good at that his career. It's been putrid on the Mavs this season. And I think the vision there with the Wizards is Anthony Davis kind of now bangs inside a little bit. As much as he said he doesn't like doing that, it's what he should be doing. And then Sarr plays more of this perimeter outside role. Maybe isn't involved as much in the pick and roll. That usage shifts down a little bit, playing more outside. We're not seeing him get those easier inside looks that he was getting this season. Field goal percentage maybe gets down a little bit. I'm not worried about the blocks. I think there's room for both of them to get blocks, but I am a little worried about those rebounds and those field goal percentage in kind of the next two seasons. And I still love Alex Sarr's blend of skills. I still love that long-term ceiling and what he can bring to fantasy all across the board. But from strictly this 2-year perspective, I think it is going to lower his ceiling just a little bit. And I think that makes him a bit of a sell high as more a kind of 30 to 50 range player. I don't think he's going to have a chance to break through into that top 25, top 30 as I would have projected a couple weeks ago.
Tim, thoughts?
That's spicy. I like it. I love what the Wizards are doing, man. I can't believe they were just crap 2 years ago, and all of a sudden they end up with Trae Young and AD with Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr, and they got pieces and they're about to get a top 3 pick. Crazy turnaround. I definitely understand it. I was hoping maybe AD would actually get his final wish of playing power forward for once in his life, and Sarr would be the center. But I mean, Mark kind of beat me there, man. He's got a good point. We know that AD's better at playing the center. That's just where he fits in the lineup, which would also automatically hurt Sarr. Sarr's farther away from the basket. That means he's got to shoot more threes. That's going to hit his field goal percentage. Rebounds, AD's definitely a better rebounder than Sarr. We know that for sure. So you got a point. Wow. I didn't even think about that. You got me.
Yeah, I'm someone, I don't mind calling younger players sell highs because baked in the younger players' value is kind of this helium a little bit that they're going to get better. And it's like, well, I'm gonna let that helium out just a little bit. And that makes that balloon a little smaller than it was before.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know, man. I see what you're saying, and I think that's certainly a possibility to happen. But I'm not panicking if I have Alex Sarr. I mean, he's still a badass.
Long term, yeah.
To be clear,
the Wizards. The Wizards did not bring Anthony Davis in to replace Alex Sarr or displace Alex Sarr. They brought him in to complement Alex Sarr, and they like Tim just said, they've been crap, not just for the last 2 years. They've been crap since I can ever remember watching basketball.
Not one,
and
not two, not three, not four, not five, not 6, not 7 years.
The only thing that I remember being good was the Bruise brothers. They had Jeff Ruland and Rick Mahorn before you dudes were probably even.
Oh, I say, yeah, you took it back.
Oh, yes.
And,
those dudes. Yes, I remember those.
They were fun. They were mean. But anyway, they've got Alex Sarr, they've got Trae Young, they've got AD, and they've got Keyshawn, and they've got Trey Johnson.
Yeah.
Koulibaly, and they've got Bruski's best friend, Justin Champagnie. They have got talent.
Justin Champagnie.
They have got talent, and it's I think this is probably the most exciting time in the last 25 years that I can think of, other than when they signed Michael Jordan and he wore number 45 at the end of his career. The most exciting time to be a Wizards fan ever. And whether Alex Sarr takes a hit, He might, but then again, it's not like he's absolutely dominating this season. And he's only going to get better from here. So I don't know, man.
He's super.
If I was a Wizards fan, I would feel the exact opposite of how Dallas Mavericks fans feel.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Hey, listeners and viewers, make sure you head over to SportsEthos, check Mark's Dynasty rankings and all of his Dynasty content over there. It's fantastic stuff, and you should go check it out. Mark, who else you got?
All right, let's go to a more positive thing. Let's talk about a buy low, and I'm going to bring up Evan Mobley here, who did take a little bit of a leap in his creation and driving game last year. That's kind of stagnated. He's kind of reverted back to that more passive player we saw earlier, which is fine. He's still giving you points in the high teens, giving you some boards, good blocks, good field goal percentage, but it's maybe not the jump that we expected or the continued growth. Well, now you bring in James Harden, who, look, I'm going to be biased as a Rockets fan here, but James Harden has been one of the best passers of big man for my money for, 10, 15 seasons now. And Mobley really, yes, you had Darius Garland there, but he was looking a little muted this year. Donovan Mitchell plays good offensive player, but is more of that kind of hero ball, I'm going to do it myself mentality. Harden should be a great boost to Evan Mobley and just getting him more reps, getting him easy looks around the basket. You could also say this for Jared Allen a little bit, but I think Mobley there long-term, it should help get him in rhythm. I think get him confident, and then maybe get those points just a little bit more, a little bit higher into those, start getting into 20s a little bit. Then we're talking about, okay, now you're really helping me in points. So I don't know if you all see it that way. Tim, do you think Mobley sees a bit of a boost here with Harden town, getting him going?
Oh, yeah. That's one of the first winners I talked about. I was like, the Cavs bigs? Oh, sign me up. These guys are about to be firing up ridiculous for the next couple of weeks and then going into the playoffs. And he'll be there next year. I'm assuming Harden is at least there for another year, and then we'll figure out extension stuff later. So they'll be crazy. I'm eyeing both of them in drafts, and I'm usually been down on Allen because he just doesn't have as much to do, nowadays. But that P&R is going to be crazy with Harden, and then you got Mitchell sometimes doing it too. Sign me up. I'm all for that one.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know. I don't know what Harden's going to do to the Cavs because Donovan Mitchell needs the ball, man, and Harden needs the ball. So I'm interested to see how that works out. I do think Harden throws great passes to big men, but he also shoots the ball a ton and has the ball a lot. So I'm
careful. Watch what you say, Doc. Watch what you say.
Interested to see how that pans out. I hope you're right. So buy low on Mobley. And if you're going to buy low on Mobley, now is the time because he's hurt.
Yeah, you got to do it now.
And the guy that owns Mobley or the girl that owns Mobley is like, oh, man, he's killing me not playing. Like if you want to buy low on a guy like Mobley would be the guy. You got anybody else, Mark?
Of course. I got a long list here on the side.
Well, so let's go. Keep going.
We're saying on the
Cavs
Cavs
trades. There's no trades to talk about, so we might as well do this.
So we'll say on the Cavs here, and if we're talking about Mobley as kind of Harden should help him. Well, if Harden's helping him, I think Donovan Mitchell takes a slight step back, and it's not necessarily because Harden is going to take on that much more usage than Garland was. I think it'll probably be relatively similar, but just in terms of availability, in terms of actually being on the court and playing those high minutes, and then maybe being able to take over in moments, I don't think Mitchell should have as much of a need to go as gangbusters or feel a need to do it all himself as he has, which granted, he's been fantastic at that for the Cavs ever since he's been there. But are we going to now see him approaching 30 points per game, or is it going to be more of those mid-20s? And then that does make a slight difference. I think Donovan Mitchell, kind of in terms of fantasy prime, is kind of starting to get to that tail end of that fantasy prime. I think he'll probably appreciate not having as much of that scoring onus on him. And then James Harden can maybe step in if he's feeling it. I think Donovan Mitchell takes a slight step back from that first round value, maybe slips a little bit to the second round value, affects him this season, and then would affect him next season as well. So I think there's a slight step back from Donovan Mitchell here.
I can see that. Tim, you got any buy low, sell high players you want to speak about before we make another trade?
Like I said, I already mentioned JJJ earlier. Please go buy low on him right now, at least for this season. Not long term, but I'm telling you, it's gonna hit. I can feel it in my bones. I'm excited for that one. As far as like other players to sell high on, dude, you can go sell high on Ty Jerome. There's no way this is gonna keep up. I've never seen anybody beat this like absurd in like 25 minutes a game, putting up 20 points and 8 dimes with unreal efficiency. This is the perfect time to go sell high on him. Because if anyone is biting on that, they think he's going to be like this top 40 guy in that limited amount of time on the court. Trade immediately.
Well, dude,
I would absolutely trade that.
I can't. I don't like what's going to happen here because they've got Ty Jerome, Scottie Pippen, Cam Spencer, and Walter Clayton.
It's too much.
They all need minutes. And I can't believe that Ty Jerome has come and played 3 games this season, and he's absolutely killed it in all 3 of them, especially last night.
Like, what is that? It doesn't make any sense. I've never seen anyone do this in my life. Like, you were out for all the season, and you come in and you're like hooping like a prime all-star. Like, what's happening? I totally agree. If you can get rid of him while you can, I'd do so.
Do you have any hope for Walter Clayton? Like, I it's a 4-headed point guard. I don't know how Clayton can get past Spencer and Jerome, let alone Pippen.
Yeah, it's gonna be late silly season stuff. To be fair, I don't even think they trade Ja Morant before this like trade deadline ends. I think he's gonna end up staying there, but he may just kind of wean off. We see him disappear right out into the sunset and just kind of chill out. With that being said, maybe we get a little bit of Walter Clayton just to kind of get some development time. But they're gonna run Scottie Pippen because they've been waiting for Scottie Pippen. Cam Spencer's at least gonna get some minutes. They might dwindle, of course, when Scottie Pippen arrives, and then Walter Clayton's gonna kind of wait his turn on the bench until it hits.
What about long term on Walter Clayton? Like, do you think he's going to be as good as advertised, or because we really haven't seen much out of him yet? And I've heard a lot of stuff. I've heard a lot of hype, but I haven't really seen much. What do you think long term?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go to Mark C for that one. This is the dynasty god himself. Please.
Honestly, I haven't hated how Walter Clayton has looked on the court. I mean, he looks pretty in control of his handle, getting to the spots, I think, decently well. It's more of a shot hasn't gone in issue for him, which, yeah, I mean, if shots aren't going to go in long term, that's not going to be good. I think that can correct. I think he's kind of looked all right. This season, it might be hard to gauge if he's getting used to the NBA, getting into that rhythm. As you all have said, that there's a lot of guards there that are going to get minutes. It may be hard for him to see that role, and it's not like he hasn't had chances on the Jazz. I still want to give him a little bit more time long term, though. But yeah, the minutes do look shaky there with the roster, and even if Okay, Andre's trolling us with this.
I think I'm getting traded. Oh no!
No!
Oh my gosh!
It's a real trade.
Oh boy!
Oh
boy! Really? The Denver Nuggets are trading Hunter Tyson and a 2032 second-round pick to the Nets for the lesser favorable of a Clippers-Hawks 2026 second. Sources tell ESPN. Denver creates an open roster spot for the buyout market and gets out of the luxury tax. Man, Andre is really desperate for us to talk about trades. I mean, that's the best we can come up with. A 2032 second round pick.
The script writers need to do a little bit. Honestly,
I just hope I'm still alive in 2032. Dude.
That's not a bad second. That's not a bad second. The worst of Clippers Hawks 26 second. That's like a low 40s. That's not bad, actually.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good draft.
Mark's actually breaking this trade down for us. Go ahead, Mark. Tell us, are you a big Hunter Tyson guy?
I thought he could add some shooting, and he hasn't, and he's not athletic enough to hang on the defense. So yeah, no, Hunter Tyson's not a dude. Sorry.
All right, Mark, you got any other guys on your list of buy low, sell high?
Well, I do, but let's finish up Clayton first before we move. Yeah, I mean, long term, it just depends if he gets minutes. It's going to be a little tough though on that roster. So, we'll see. But I do think he was a little bit part of the value back for the Grizzlies. So I think they do have some interest in him. But I mean, again, even if John Morant's not there long term, if he gets traded in the offseason, then you still got Ty Jerome on the roster. You still got Scottie Pippen for now. I mean, we'll see if things shake up more in the offseason, but they still got dudes on that roster.
Do you want to have Walter Clayton on your roster going into next season?
Like a dynasty roster? I mean,
Yeah.
It depends on your league size. If you're in 300 rostered, yeah, I mean, I think he's a stash there. But, if it's more a 200 smaller league, then then it's getting a little tougher to hold because you're probably not getting any short-term value from him. And I'm not sure about where his ultimate upside will land. If he's just going to kind of be this points and threes juice guy off the bench.
Okay. Who's next?
Well, I'm going to go to our chat here with our wonderful producer, Andre Lemos, where he's asking about Coward.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Coward, such a coward. This season, definitely some guy you could maybe win your fantasy basketball league all-star break.
Ooh.
Oh, Tim's guy. The Boston Celtics are trading Josh Minot
You saw my eyes light up. I was like,
to
hold
the
on.
Brooklyn Nets per ESPN. Tim, you sat on this very show earlier this season and said, if you don't have Minot, you're doing it wrong. And that stuck with me because I was like, oh my God, I need to go get Josh Minot on my team. And then they turned over to Josh. So what's his name?
Jordan Walsh. Yeah.
Jordan
he turned
Walsh.
it into- yeah.
And then Minot was kind of an afterthought. But I tell you what, man, Minot on Brooklyn?
Yeah.
You might
I
be able to
grab
sign
that
me up
one.
for that.
I think so. I might go grab him, man. As soon as I can.
That's actually interesting. And because, I mean, Minot was one of those few Boston guys they brought in that had that second year contract or contract for 2 years. So I thought that would kind of give a bit more faith that the Celtics were invested in long term. Now he's traded though, but I think he looked good early on. I mean, the offense is still a little hit or miss, but I think there's definitely tools to be molded there. Now, how he fits in the Nets rotation, they don't really have any kind of youngish forwards or forward size guys. So I think this is interesting for his dynasty value. The dynasty deep league guy, I'm intrigued by this now.
Well, even as a silly season supporter
what I'm
and
thinking.
fan, I'm excited about this kind of because why wouldn't the Nets just throw him out there and let's see what you can do, kid? Go.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's why I was like, "Ooh, I had to go grab this man as soon as possible." In some of these leagues.
So Tim, you think he's a pickup?
Eyes were going out wide. So,
you think he's a pickup in 12-team leagues, like automatic?
Ooh, I don't know if it's gonna be automatic. I would say silly season. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna be having Josh Minot on our roster. I could see it. They don't have any reason to shut him down, and he might as well get a chance to develop. Deeper leagues, yes, I'd go grab him right now. You want to kind of, and if you have the ability to stash, so say you're like top 2 in the standings, you're like, yeah, man, I'm pretty sure I'm a lock for playoffs. He might be someone you want to just kind of hold at the back end of your roster, and you wait for that to happen in like a 12-team league.
I could see Minot going off the rest.
Yeah,
and not like top 30, but top 100, 150. I could see him. I could see the Nets just saying, yeah, you go. All right. You want to finish up your thoughts on Coward?
Mark? Someone who has already stepped up in a way and already looked like I would say a mildly positive player, which maybe that sounds insulting for a rookie, and calling them mildly positive is actually a huge compliment. It's a huge compliment to say of a player. I had a lot of questions about Coward just because didn't play at the biggest name college, played at a lower level, was injured for most of his college season with a shoulder injury. So the fact that he's already kind of looked in rhythm early on from the get-go, really positive. I don't know if that on-ball game is going to be there. I'm sure the Grizzlies are going to explore it, and that will be interesting to see where that goes. If his handle can tighten up a little bit, if he can make incisive passes, or frankly, just capable reads, I think he's going to still settle in a little bit more as that complementary wing player, but one who can dabble in a lot of areas, and that has a lot of utility for NBA teams and a lot of utility for fantasy. He's given you, hey, some steals, some blocks, some threes, assists here and there, some good rebounding. That's a very useful fantasy player to have, and one that maybe he doesn't pop off that often, maybe doesn't pop off in any category, but just a very solid base to build off of. So I think that's kind of my projection of Coward. Tim, do you maybe feel the same way with Coward, or do you see a little bit more potential in him?
I liked it. When we like had shows over the summer, I was like, dude, I like Coward over Jalen Wells by far. Oh, something happened?
The Philadelphia 76ers are trading Eric Gordon and a 2032 second-round pick swap to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Makes sense.
Per ESPN, this gives the Sixers flexibility to complete the conversion of making Dominic Barlow a full-time player, getting him off that two-way.
There goes Coward's value. Eric Gordon's going to take all his reps.
Yep, it's over. It's over. Drop him, guys. No, don't drop. I'm joking.
I do like Dominic Barlow, though.
Yeah, that's solid. That's good. They found a way to make that deal permanent. I like that. That's it. That makes sense. I was like, Eric Gordon, what are we doing in 2026?
I forgot Eric Gordon was still in the league. Eric Gordon might be as old as I am.
Oh, yeah, Rockets guy.
Rockets legend.
That's funny.
Tim, go ahead and finish on Coward.
Yeah. I'd say long term, I like the Coward more than Wells. I saw reports saying they view him as like one of the centerpieces of the franchise. That means he's going to get the opportunity to shine. I don't know if it hits big to where he's like an all-star, but I think he's going to be maybe like a high-end role player. Might be to give you 17, 18 points, good rebound, solid assists for a forward. I just want to see the defensive stats be more consistent. I don't know if that's more a thing. Maybe he's like a better real-life defender, not really translating defensive stats like we like for fantasy. But he'd still be good, and I think we're going to end up grabbing him on rosters for years to come. At least is more like a back-end guy sitting around the top 100.
I've picked up switching subjects here. I picked up G.G. Jackson in a lot of leagues in the last couple of days. He's kind of balling right now. He got 27 minutes last night, hit 6 of 8 shots, a couple threes, a steal, a block, 16 points, 7 boards. Where you got? Like, do you think G.G. Jackson is going to be a silly season hero this year?
Season hero, yes.
Mark?
Tim. No, it's fine, Tim.
Go, Mark. Mark, you are.
Silly season hero, I think emphasis on the silly season there. I in the SportsEthos Discord, someone was asking about G.G. Jackson. I kind of said #not good. And one of our great editor, Keston Paul, was like, hey, G.G. Jackson's been kind of doing good lately. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but not someone I'm personally in long term. I just don't think he's kind of shows a lot of that good connective play. He's kind of does his own work, but then doesn't really do the work for others in that sense. So not really a long-term rotation guy for me, but maybe he shows something more in the stretch.
That's a good point.
Mark, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
It's fine. You don't have to like the truth, but
I haven't been this upset since the Grady Dick meltdown of 2020.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
No, I'm feeling G.G. Jackson. And you look at these stat lines over his last 7 games. If he does that the rest of the way, he's gonna have value, man. He's playing well. He's shooting the ball well. He's rebounding. He's got a couple 5 assist games. He's getting steals and blocks, man. Yeah, and I think that getting Triple J out of there, we got rid of JJJ, and now we got GG benefiting from that. I don't know. I think he's going to finish up strong. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, he has all the room in the world to. He seems like a tank specialist, so why not run him out there and see what he can do? I like it too. I wrote about him and I saw it. I see the points, the rebounds. He gets some blocks, good field goal. Not the best free throw guy though. He's not getting to the line a lot. I think has some value. I'd grab him if you need that type of stat set too. I think you should be on rosters right now as well.
Okay, Mark, you got it. Oh, we got a trade. Hold on.
Oh, we got one?
Is it one of us or is it real? SportsEthos trade deadline show goes into a full rebuild, trading superstar Tim Woodson and bringing in 2-time FSWA Rider of the Year, now a 5-time nominee, Aaron Bruski. This is per Woj.
Oh, Woj
Yeah,
dropped
he's
it.
back.
Woj
Woj
bomb.
is back.
Damn.
That's a big one. Thanks, Woj.
Tim, thank you so much for hanging out. I always love having you on the show. What's your Twitter? Is it Black Links?
Yeah, Black Links one. Follow me there. Shout out to the Box Score Breakdown team. Me and the homie William is Bill for all we do. And thank you guys for watching Sports Ethos, man. I appreciate all the support along the way.
All right, dude. Thanks for coming. Have a good day. All right, here comes the man that bought a sports coat, a fancy sports coat, just for this. He begged us yesterday on the show for Andre to require us to wear a suit jacket. And Andre said, I don't really care what you wear, just look decent. And I would have bet my house that Bruski was going to show up wearing a suit or at least a jacket because you could tell that he really wanted to. And dude, I got to admit, you look good.
Thank you, brother. I feel good. Look good, feel good. I don't know if I would have traded me for Tim. I would have probably stuck with Tim. And you could have sent me to the Brooklyn Nets. I'll go play with Josh Minot, and we'll get all the stats. We'll play every night.
Dude, when Andre traded you for me, I was like, it's just like when the Mavericks traded Luka for Chris Middleton.
You know how Woj got the scoop there is we were DMing back and forth just like it was 2013. It's it's been a decade. Hey Woj, how you doing? Welcome back. Or I say hello to all of you. And I was laughing. There's some good Grady Dick talk. That was awesome. I think we'll hold it together on this important episode here. And that Josh Minot thing was that's as good as it gets when it comes to silly season, whatever we want to call it, right? I mean, like Josh Minot was this, you had to be like on a 300 team or 300 player, 30 team league to appreciate the Josh Minots of the world a couple seasons back. And I think we all were like, okay, if this guy ever gets minutes, this is going to be on. And then he's in Boston and we were like, okay, it's on. First couple of weeks, it was a little bad to start. And then he started getting loose and then no more Josh Minot on the floor for the Boston Celtics. Now goes to a place where anybody can play, Brooklyn. And I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answer for you guys. I don't know if this will work out or not. But man, if you're swinging for the fences, Josh Minot in Brooklyn, that's spec ad, no matter what.
I mean, why would they not play him? Right?
It's like, the only why it's they're gonna not play certain guys, certain games. That's the only reason to not take a chance here, I think, on Josh Minot. Like they just bench guys for no reason. You know, that's the only downside, in addition to whether they just don't think he's good. But I don't really get that. He's been a good player in Minnesota. I thought he was reasonably good in Boston. I think Joe Mazzulla's got, a lot of coaching he likes to do. And if I had a couple moves left, if I had 2 moves left, I would be strongly considering using one of those 2 moves to add Josh Minot, just because of what if. I mean, what if, man? What if this guy's a top 75 player the rest of the way? He's not going to impact winning, I don't think, for Brooklyn. And they're just a hot mess in general. So I don't know how you guys thought about that or what you guys thought about that. But that was, I mean, Josh Minot to the Nets, man. That's a silly season as it gets. All right. So you guys, are you guys adding Josh Minot? And is there anybody else that you guys would consider must add? We'll go to you, Mark.
Must add. Santi Aldama is probably already rostered in most leagues. I would say the same with Ty Jerome, as he's already kind of burst out. Jalen Smith, definitely someone we talked about him, I think probably roughly 30 minutes ago, brought him up. I'm going to go then a little bit deeper. I don't know if these guys will be more fringe standard league guys, but Jock Landale on the Hawks, because they kind of don't have many big man. Yes, Onyeka Okongwu is there. I frankly think he's kind of sputtered as the lone big there. And there should be a role for Jock Landale, at least 20, 25 minutes. Hey, just doing boards, finishing some plays. If you do that efficiently, you see 20, 25 minutes, you're probably going to get enough stats to be relevant. I'm not saying he's going to pop off, but hey, a steady right outside top 100, I don't think that's crazy. No, Jock Landale's not an exciting name, but I think he is a name that the Hawks probably have to play. Is that too deep for y'all?
No, I think Jock Landale, I mean, there's a couple times he's reached up into that top 75 realm, and I like the connectivity there. And I don't know what Atlanta's doing. I mean, they need some sort of defense in that front line. And Yeka Kongwu came in as a defensive player into the league. He's morphed into a shooter. Jalen Johnson's not stopping anybody, unfortunately, as much as we love him. He's not stopping anybody.
No, he's not.
And, Mogay's not really a 30-minute per game player or anything like that. He can defend, but they add Jock Landale. He can't defend either, really. I mean, at the highest levels. So he's a connector. He shoots the three. He does all the right things. He's scrappy. He does, enough to, I think, make it work for a fantasy situation. I think he helps these other guys. Not going to infringe upon them, and they might turn into a fun freewheeling kind of offensive situation where he gets his stats. So late round value there. Doc, who do you like so far as must-add players?
Dosunmu, I think pretty big move for him. And maybe he doesn't start. Our guest earlier was convinced that he was going to be a starting point guard in Minnesota, but
it
John, depends on if they want to go with Dante DiVincenzo or Io. Either way, I think Io is a big winner here. Jalen Smith, we talked about, a must-add player. I think Io, I would categorize him as a must-add player. D'Anthony Melton is a must-own player at this point. Gigi Jackson, who we just talked about, Brew, before you came back, he's pretty close to being must-own, in my opinion. And the guy we just talked about, Josh Minot, I think is a perfect flyer if you're just looking for a silly season potential fun run, especially in a deeper league.
Let's I was gonna say. My brain flatlined for a second there. There's the music.
Pacers.
Holy moly, the Los Angeles Clippers are trading Ivica Zubac to the Indiana Pacers. Sources tell ESPN. I would guess that was Kendrick Perkins on the breaking news there. Now it's probably Shams Charania. Okay, let's go around the table here. Doc, what do you think?
Can Andre play taps in honor of J Huff? Can we?
Oh no. Oh no. Well, at least this will clarify the minute structure for J Huff. He can play 16 minutes a game and still have top 125 value. Mark, you look like you want to talk. What you got?
I mean, if the Pacers go to more let's rest and manage our players plan, J Huff could still have plenty of value. I mean, this is definitely, I think, negative for Zubac this season. Next season, fantastic. Playing off Halliburton, it's going to be great. That's going to be great long term. This season, Zubac now I know Mike Passador offered me Nikola Vucevic for Ivica Zubac a couple days ago, and I was asking if he was trying to dump Vucevic on me. Well, now I might try to dump Ivica Zubac on him because this is iffy.
Hey, real quickly, this is a run, don't walk. Go pick up Brook Lopez.
Sure.
Is it Brook Lopez or is it
I was
Niederhauser?
So I was just trying to remember how to spell his name so I could search him in 30 deep, and Frankie Lloyd beat me to that. And then from there, I was wondering how to say his name.
Rue's not even really on the show. He's just searching 30 deep.
Look, this is my best shot to win 30 deep as I've ever had. I'm out in front, and but Brook Lopez doesn't seem like a player that they would probably want to prioritize. And if they're pivoting, right? This is a pivot. This is it for them. I think it's Niederhauser.
And Johnny Collins is a winner, right?
Yeah. John Collins could. That's a good.
They
one.
could also just trade him too. I think Jordan Miller, Kobe Sanders. These are the names. These are the names right here. Jordan Miller, Doc, you've been talking about him forever. I'm targeting him as well. The combo of the field goal percentage and the occasional defensive stats. He's strong. Like, I think he's going to be able to function out there in space. In a bad team if they're going to become a bad team. But I mean, look, Kawhi Leonard. What are we doing with Kawhi Leonard? You don't trade Zubac.
The thing I'm trying to wrap my head around here, though, as been well discussed earlier in the season, the Clippers don't have their first round pick. I mean, they don't have a reason to tank, except unless you're just trying to manage injuries. So I think outside of that, you could still see the veterans play, but it's hard to say. I mean, Brook Lopez has looked old. Let's just say it how it is. He looked old, which means, I think Yannick Conan Niederhauser can push him for minutes easily. But then when you're talking about Kawhi, I mean, the Clippers are still going to try to win, right? They're not going to shut everything down.
I mean, they're number 9 right now in the West.
What's the return on this trade is one of these questions. But you're Kawhi Leonard. Okay, everybody's been having the tinfoil hat on and talking like maybe a punishment is coming for Kawhi Leonard or, in the off season. And that, maybe this plays a role in it, maybe it doesn't. But if you get rid of James Harden, you get rid of Ivica Zubac, and you're not bringing anything else back, why, if you're Kawhi, grind out 36 minutes a game?
That's true too.
And play every night, which is what he's done. And he's been amazing.
No,
you're sitting on a early first round asset right now that's teetering on the brink. Do you send that trade offer like this second and try to salvage a top 25, top 50 option right now? Does that even exist in fantasy leagues? I don't even know. Like if somebody sent you a Kawhi Leonard trade right now and you kind of were like, oh my God, what the hell? Would you react right now? And maybe we'll just take a chance while somebody's panicking and hit accept for that top 50, player that's on the other side of it. These are the thoughts going through my head. I would be strongly considering Kawhi Leonard moving on, sell now, kind of an offer for Kawhi Leonard.
What about Brook Lopez? Should we pick Brook Lopez as a regular old 12-team fantasy league?
I think there's a case to be made for it because he's within the last couple seasons shown he could be a mid-round player at least, and he's had early round returns at points in time, dating further back in time in the recent history. And I don't know. I think he's old, and I think he's lost a little bit on his fastball. I never thought he was like so much slower than Ivica Zubac. So I don't know how to reconcile that against Niederhauser. I think Niederhauser is a live wire. I think he's going to be limited on offense, so they can't go to him, the way they could go to Brook. They'll probably split this thing, if I had to guess, 26-22, 26 to Niederhauser, 22 to Brook Lopez. So the question is, Brook Lopez, can he have value in 22 minutes? I think it's a late round value. I think it might be a mid round value for Niederhauser if he gets going.
And then
what
are the Clippers doing? Like they're in the play-in right now. And they just traded James Harden, and they just got rid of Zubac. The Kawhi Leonard shutdown clock is ticking, right? But they have no reason to tank, like Mark said. So, is there another big move coming today that we haven't seen yet, or what? Like, what are they doing? Does anyone understand it?
The Thunder are going to trade the LA Clippers pick for Kawhi Leonard. Hey, gotta make sense. Tell me it doesn't make sense.
Make it not make sense. Make it make sense. I don't know. Make something make sense. I'll tell you this: in the last 8 games, Niederhauser has averaged 9 minutes, 3.5 points, 2.5 boards, a half a block. Big man stats. He's hit his free throws though. He's hit his free throws like 7 out of 8 or 8 out of 9. I don't know what the math is there.
And then
great job.
Is Zubac dead in the water? Like, is he going to play for Indy? Because that's clearly a move for next year.
Yeah, it's a weird move at that because it's not like he fits their system. What they've run in the past in last year's champion or Eastern Conference Finals run. Like it's questionable, but maybe they think they can do something with this that we can't really understand right now. Maybe they can move the asset or just like play a different style of ball with him on the floor and somehow make it work. I was looking at the season long numbers for Niederhauser, 67.6% from the foul line. So if he gets an increased role, he's taking 1 free throw every 8.5 minutes per game. So he's probably going to take a couple. If he gets a big role and it doesn't look like he's shooting 50% and anything like that, and maybe might jump that thing up to 70%. So maybe not bad there. And he's a 67% field goal guy, which is he's just a dunker, more or less. And he might be looking at something like 10 and 8 with block and a half, something like that. And that theoretically, and if it gets really silly there, he could possibly bump that up to like 12 and 9, 13 and 9 with that high field goal percentage. You get the block numbers. Steals, he's not really a steals guy, just 0.1 in that small amount of time. We got to kind of get some background. I'm sure the tweets are rolling in about the background on this thing, because as we
Benny
Benedict Mathurin.
I was gonna say Zubac makes 18 million. There has to be some salary going back. Is it Mathurin? And looks like Benedict Mathurin is going to the Clippers as part of this.
Well, that's kind of nice, right? Like that balances the scales for this Kawhi Leonard discussion, because I mean, look, man, if you asked me who would I rather have, James Harden or Benedict Mathurin, I'll take Benedict Mathurin. Like look at that face. I saw that face.
I got 2 words for you,
there. Yeah, what
2
you
words. Jarris Walker, baby.
Yeah.
Let
Jarris
him
Walker.
fly.
Can we consider him a trade deadline hero? Or, I mean, we've asked the question who the buy low or who the league winner could be down the stretch. And look, man, if turnovers matter to you, maybe this isn't the guy for you. He had 8 of them the other night, but he had 3 in a row or something. And they were just shocked he wasn't benched, because that's usually the move. Once he has 1 turnover, is just to bench him. But oh no. Okay. I thought we had big news. I was reading the wrong thing. I think just to me that, and you have a defensive player, a better defender in Benedict Mathurin than you have in James Harden. Maybe we can argue around the edges with that in a playoff situation, but I just like the idea that you get James Harden off that squad. Like if you go 15-3 and you've made the money that you've made, and you play with Kawhi Leonard, and you might have a puncher's chance at something in the playoffs, and your move is to say, nah, you know what? I don't like the fact I'm not getting my money guaranteed. I want to get traded. Maybe there's stuff going on with the Clippers that we're not aware of, but then you just peace out, and maybe he likes Cleveland's chances better. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think Cleveland's got it this year. It's just weird to me. I'd rather have Benedict Mathurin in that squad, and we'll see what happens next, because they need to have a big man land there for them to have any chance to make it anywhere in the playoffs. And that might be the key here for the Kawhi Leonard situation. I mean, what's the Benedict Mathurin contract situation? Like, is this an asset grab for the Clippers?
Last year of his rookie contract, so he'll be a restricted free agent next season.
Okay. So they got control of the asset. They can kind of possibly, look at this into the future and say he's a part of our future, and stay competitive to some degree after losing James Harden. It's just who's the big man that's coming back. And there's some big men out there. Dan Gafford's out there. Isaiah Jackson to be traded to the Clippers now, in addition to Benedict Mathurin.
Oh.
A little head tilt from me. This is interesting.
Okay.
Well, more rationale.
That might be the guy.
He had a 4 either steal or block and 2 steal or block game, followed by a 1 and a 1 game in the defensive stats. I think it was a double-double with the 1 and 1 IJack. So 2 good games in a row. Let's ask the question.
Who you picking up? Which center?
Isaiah Jackson, Brook Lopez, or Yannick Niederhauser? I'm going to go with Isaiah Jackson, I think.
I am too.
What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I think Isaiah Jackson, but I think the answer could be no. It could be none of the above. I don't know. It could just be we'll see who's doing well in the night, see who's not in foul trouble, or see who's not getting worked too hard in the post. I would lean towards Jackson for now, though.
Does this signal enough ammunition coming back to the Clippers to preserve Kawhi Leonard's fantasy value?
Well, so what we have from Andre, and it seems like from reports right now, is that Isaiah Jackson it looks like we're getting Isaiah Jackson and significant draft compensation. So if it's like 2 firsts, and I don't think the Clippers are viewing Jackson, I think they're viewing more Mathurin as the other value there and not Jackson. And Jackson's more the salary matching. I don't think the Clippers are viewing Jackson more as a long-term solution here, or even as a long-term option here. It's more the salary matching.
I would take Jackson here on a flyer, because look, this guy's been really a fantasy guy from the get-go, and then the bad injury, right? And so these explosiveness stats have gone down a little bit, but he's sort of regained a little bit of rhythm and he's back into kind of the flow, but he's not played with somebody like Kawhi Leonard, really in his career, at least while he's been healthy and or kind of a part of the plan. In Indy, he was shoveled off to the side, and we didn't get to see him when he was at his peak powers. And now playing with Kawhi Leonard, I mean, look, the Kawhi attracts 2-3 defenders, and Isaiah just dunks, 3 or 4 times a game. From the dunker slot, he goes for his 10 and 10, and he gets a block and a steal every so often. And now you're looking at about a top 100, top 90 player. I think that's possible, but your point, Mark, about him being more kind of salary filler here, like they look at this trio of Isaiah Jackson, Brook Lopez, and Niederhauser as a 3-man rotation, and that kills the value right there. And I would develop Niederhauser if I was them, because he's got that athletic background right now that he can possibly be a thing in a year or two. We also have Draymond Green will remain with the Warriors through the trade deadline. That's according to Anthony Slater, who's well embedded there. And the final details on this Pacer deal: Ivica Zubac, Kobe Brown heading over to the Clippers, and the Clippers get Benedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, 2 first-round picks, 1 second-round pick. That's a haul right there. I mean, we got to get the details on those first-round picks, of course. But
I mean, it looks good to me, man. Zubac is. This tells me the Pacers are going to go for it next year. Like they're all in next year, because Zubac doesn't have that many years left, I don't think.
The first pick going to the Clippers is the Pacers' unprotected first-round pick in 2029. I'm looking at the calendar. We're in 2026. That thing could be valuable. Unprotected. The other is the Pacers' 2026 first-round pick, protected 1 through 4. So that's what, this upcoming season or this last season, or the 2025? This one is protected 1 through 4 and then 10 through 30. So if the Clippers get 5 to 9, that's a fun one. And if this thing falls in that out, if this thing doesn't hit for them, they're like shooting for the middle.
Like a roulette wheel.
It's basically 50-50 with where the Pacers are at, probably. Because, I mean, if you're in the top 4, it's 50-50. You get in the top 4 of the lottery. So it's 50-50 at getting a pick 5 through 9 in this draft. That's a
Mark,
pick.
You're our dynasty expert. Speak a little bit on, and draft expert. Speak a little bit on what this draft looks like and what that means in the context of this trade.
I mean, it's been commonly said that Cam Boozer, Darren Peterson, AJ DeMonsta are kind of your top 3 of this draft and can be those franchise players, can be worthy of number 1 picks. Maybe a little bit lower on one of them. We'll save that more for a couple of months. But then even then, after that top 3, there is plenty of intriguing names. Keon Wagler, or leaning to Wagler, actually is how you pronounce it, out of Illinois, has been coming on strong. Kingston Fleming's out of Houston. Caleb Wilson out of UNC. You got a lot of intriguing names in that range and in that mid-lottery range. And so this is very much a real draft pick going over. This is not those late in first. One of the trades where it was 2 first, but it was too late in first in the Washington Wizards, where they gave up that for Anthony Davis. And it looked clear that those were going to be back end first. Pacers 29 unprotected first could be anything. This 26 first could be very real. That is a real asset to give up. A 50-50 chance at that, yeah, signifies a lot of Pacers' belief in Zubac, and that's a pretty good return right there.
So this taps the brakes on some of those Clippers assets, where we've got the Jordan Millers, the Kobe Sanders, the Niederhausers. This is I think it's a great haul for the Clippers. I mean, I don't think that Zubac holds up as an asset. What do you think your friends in Indiana are going to think about this, Doc?
Oh, I think they're going to be okay with it. I mean, you're going to add Tyrese Halliburton and Ivica Zubac to what you already have with Pascal Siakam and Ardenise. I love it. I mean, I like Mathurin and Jackson's young. I think that's why the Clippers did this, but Pacers are sort of like the Wizards. Like, we are going for it right now, and it's now or never. Like, if we're ever going to win the championship, this might be the time. So they've got 3 studs and a bunch of complementary pieces to run out there. So I hope Indiana's happy about it.
I guess we'll find out if Zubac is playing this season, and I think people will look at that and wait on any sort of deal there. Are we in agreement that Kawhi Leonard still plays this thing out?
I don't
are we
know,
in
dude.
disagreement?
I don't know.
Are we in I don't know land?
I would if you're gonna say pick yes or no, I'd say yes. Just because
He's
they don't
going to
have
keep
to
playing.
pick.
I feel
Yeah,
like
I
he
mean,
just wants to
they're in the
play
playoffs.
basketball. Like this has been, it's been an incredible season. Him and Joel Embiid, like these guys last
And
season,
LaMelo.
this season. Yeah, well, LaMelo. Yeah, we'll give LaMelo some props. I mean, he stayed on the floor. They've done a good job there. But this, like, Kawhi Leonard could not play for years. And now he's just rattling off 36 minutes a night like it's nobody's business. It's like he wants to play. I don't think he cares. And now is this, season spiraling or not? And we'll find out, I guess. But yeah, I would lean toward he's playing with this because I think they still are competitive. He's still Kawhi
Just
Leonard.
makes me nervous.
Oh, sure. Yeah, his value took a hit with this. What about Benedict Mathurin? Do you think there's any value change at all for this guy or playing next to Kawhi?
I wouldn't say necessarily playing next to Kawhi is the reason, but hey, I think this is kind of a Norm Powell light situation. Clippers maybe saying, oh, wow, maybe we shouldn't have moved Norm Powell. You kind of get someone who is going to drive downhill with force. Not as good of a shooter as Powell on the move, but can still threaten with the shot. Add in those points and complementary scoring that the Clippers desperately need. Yeah, I think there's a pathway now to very clear starter minutes for him on a team that won't probably hold him out. I don't know if the Pacers would have held him out for resting or injury management or tanking reasons, but Mathurin should be able to start now, should be able to get some minutes. The one thing the Clippers do lack, though, is some of the playmaking and passing and creation. So, in the chat, I see, asking about Chris Dunn. He still has a role as just setting the table for Kawhi and Benedict Mathurin, allowing them to get downhill a little bit and just easing, kind of bringing the ball down the court and just kind of that every down guard situation play. I think Chris Dunn still has that back end value that we've seen. Mathurin can just step up in that scoring capacity, though.
What about Jay Huff? I mean, like people have been dropping Jay Huff, picking up Jay Huff, it's Jay Huff. So Jay Huff gets dropped because somebody's like, oh, Ivica Zubac stole his lunch. Like, what if they don't play Ivica Zubac? Is Jay Huff still that dude who's going to get top 100 value the rest of the way as the tank goes on and he plays all these games? He just rolls the rest of the way.
I don't know.
Jay Huff on a lark.
I think the Pacers are going to play Zubac intermittently, sort of like they're doing with everybody else right now, right? I don't think Zubac is going to get to Indy and play every night, and Jay Huff's going to sit on the bench. That would actually be. I'd rather see Jay Huff just get 16 or 17 minutes every night and be done with it than I would see 3 minutes one night, 4 minutes the next, and then 20 minutes the next. Is Jay Huff a drop, bro? Are you dropping Jay Huff?
Look, this is if you had him because he was good for you. The threes and the blocks were good for you for whatever reason. So that's the qualifier for Jay Huff always. And that I would say I would be not auto dropping, just like with Nemish Queta. I'm not auto dropping. If you auto dropped Nemish Queta, you missed a big one last night. It was 2 steals, 5 blocks. I think it was like 17 and 10 or something. I forget the number, but he's a 24 minute per game guy. Queta, shifting gears here a little bit. He's gonna possibly get 22 minutes, and I thought that when they played him with Luka Garza last night, that was a little test balloon to see could these two play together. And you're going to add in Nick Vucevic, and Vuce is not that quick. Definitely much more polished on the offensive side. He's going to bring something to that team, in terms of experience and veteran leadership, all those things. 26-22 with a side of Luke Garza for like 12 to 18, with a 3-man guard or 3-man center rotation. Maybe, who knows? So with Jay Huff, it's kind of the same thing. Like if he's going to get top 100 value in a lower amount of minutes, 22, 23 minutes, maybe we see that going forward. You just got to ride those waves that the blocks and threes are good for you. Okay, let's see. Let's reset the board here. Let's talk buy low targets, I think, or even silly season, last third of the season studs. What's the order of operations for you guys? Is there anybody that you guys are prioritizing right now? I'll start with you, Mark.
So I don't know if you all talked about this guy previously, and I don't know if I'm going to get some reactions that are like, really, that guy? But I'm going to bring him up here on the Dallas Mavericks, Marvin Bagley III.
Oh, let's do this. Let's do this.
Honestly, on the Wizards, I think he's been a capable backup big, just kind of doing his job. Nothing special, but doing his job. And are we trusting Daniel Gafford to push 20, 25 minutes every night? Probably not. I know the Mavericks do have other forward options, such as PJ Washington and Najee Marshall, still as of 1:35 Central Time. But no reason why Bagley can't take up the other 20 minutes at center, 25 minutes, enough for low in value. And if Gafford gets injured or misses more time, or maybe gets traded away here in the next 30 minutes, I think Marvin Bagley actually could have some end of season value. Stop laughing. Marvin Bagley is actually a capable backup big.
No, Doc knows what's up. Doc knows what's next.
Oh man, this is going to be the best fight I've ever seen.
Yep. Okay. All right. I'm just making sure this, whatever Andre's saying in the chat right now, is not something big, because he doesn't usually swear, and he just swore. He used a bad word.
Well, yeah, because he knows that Mark is just pissing all over Musa Cisse right now. He's
waiting all right.
He's waiting for what's coming back.
Let's crack it open here. All right, everybody to their corners.
Cisse's fair. Cisse's fair. All right. I'll let you all make the Cisse case.
That's my job here. We all saw the it's called a kip, I think. Yeah, Andre says, Mark, you could leave now. And he's kidding. Did you see the kip up? I guess that's what that's called.
Yeah, no, yeah, I saw that. And
you did see that, right?
that was against the Rockets, I believe. That was very impressive. I definitely jumped back in my couch a little bit when I saw that.
That's been the thing. I'm not even kidding. Like I mean, I saw him in the beginning of the year, and me and Doc raced to the wire for him at one point. That was like after the first time I saw him. The first time I saw him, I was like, oh, he's an athletic big, but I didn't really see the real deal. Then Doc had him before I did in 30 Deep. We did that on air, and I let you win, Doc. Then he started getting some minutes, and I'm watching these plays, and I'm like, holy
crap, I win?
I've never seen. Well, maybe. And I'll get to that note here quick in a second, Andre. But the athleticism and the fluidity, like he can sink his hips and move out there in a league where that is absolutely, like, there's 5 to 10 centers in the league who could do that, and be that kind of a defensive presence and change the game on that side of the floor. He's got that in him. And yeah, he's a little bit raw, to put it nicely. Offensively, he's not going to shoot anytime soon. He's going to dunk, and that's all he's going to do. Pretty good awareness, though, for a guy with a late starter in the in the basketball sense. I've seen a couple plays where he's just really naturally, there's a driving lane. He sees it, he goes. It's pretty effective for what he brings to the table on offense. So that's where I'm at, Mark, is I think this dude kind of changes the defensive equation for a team. And Marvin Bagley is actually done. To your point, he has done pretty well in Washington. Maybe they look at Marvin Bagley as a stabilizing force. Maybe they don't like Dwight Powell. Maybe this was all just part of the deal. So with that, you think Marvin Bagley will just kind of slide in and take my lunch?
I think Marvin Bagley is the guy that I want to keep an eye on.
All right, we get more trade music. The Charlotte Hornets are trading Tyus Jones to the Dallas Mavericks for Malachi Branham. The Mavs had interest in Jones this season. Get him today. They got their guy. Hornets up a $7 million trade exception. I had added AJ Johnson, hoping he would stay with the Wizards, and then he got traded to the Mavs in that deal. And I was just thinking this backcourt would be like a spectacular mess, and maybe they would let that guy just jump around. Now, Tyus Jones in the mix. Any interest there, guys? Let's start with you, Mark.
I thought Tyus Jones had a clear role in Orlando and didn't really take advantage of it. Looked like he aged like 5 years since going to the Magic. So, I mean, theoretically, old Tyus Jones, I would have said yes. The way he's looked this season, I can't really recommend him unless he really shows out. I mean, Andre's asking in the chat, will Tyus Jones play over Brandon Williams? Tough to say. If we're believing the report from ESPN where it's saying the Mavericks did have interest in Tyus Jones this offseason, then yeah, maybe they want him as that passing force just to set up players. I say passing force, more of a passing stabilizer option. I mean, I'd be more interested in Brandon Williams, but there's a potential. I would think the Mavericks explore Tyus Jones, so it is going to probably hurt Brandon Williams in the short term and Ryan Nembhard for that matter. So I'm not interested in Tyus Jones, but it is now I'm less interested in Brandon Williams as well. So it's just kind of a lose-lose, I think, for both of them.
Yeah, there was a point in time where Tyus Jones was a top 100 guy when he got loose, but that's been a long time since those days. And then what about the overall read on Dallas? Because if we're looking for silly season heroes, if they're tanking, that's a big deal, right?
Dude.
They
don't even have to try to tank. They just suck. Like they have bad players.
Cooper Flag's good.
Any other describers you want to use?
Najee Marshall's good. They have some good players.
Crap.
Yeah, you're a Najee Marshall guy, Doc. That's mean.
So bad.
You're mean.
I don't.
But
what are they building in Dallas? Like what is this? It's Cooper Flag and a bunch of misfit toys looking for their island. It's horrible.
How dare you, Doc? How dare you? I'm looking for Moussa Cisse's island. But let me get back to that, Mark. Would you if you had to choose today, you take Bagley over Cisse based on current play / likelihood that he's going to get more minutes than this project of a player that I think is going to take over the NBA one day?
No, you made a pretty good made a pretty good argument for Moussa Cisse, and I definitely agree with a lot of the things you're saying there, especially with him defensively and just being this big human who can move well on the court. That tends to be pretty good for defense, and he's definitely getting some highlight reel blocks. I think we'll just have to see what direction the Mavs take, though. It could just be a case where he sees 15, 20 minutes a game, or maybe Cisse, I have to check his two-way status. Maybe that starts coming to play a little bit here too. So
he's running out of games.
Yeah, so that could be an issue here.
If they don't have a way to sign him to a full deal, then it's over for Moussa Cisse. The Lakers trade for Moussa Cisse. That's what's happening. The Bucks and Suns have expanded to a 3-team deal to include the Chicago Bulls. Usman Jang, to Milwaukee. That's interesting. And Nick Richards to Chicago. All right, Jalen Smith heads. Get ready to have some
buzzkill.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else, but I didn't think it was that. I didn't think it was fit for the show. So, all right, let's talk Jalen Smith. Like, people were really out there on Jalen Smith, and I'm a Jalen Smith guy, but I just have been burned so many times. I'm jaded. The stat sets issues are what they are. It's like 3 or 4 categories at minimum. He's not good in on a given night, but can be pretty damn good in the other ones. How does this sit with you guys? Let's go to you, Doc, first. What do you think?
I don't think Nick Richards is a pickup. But I think Nick Richards going to Chicago takes away that thought of, oh, my God, the only person to play center in Chicago is Jalen Smith. Well, now it's not. And that is a gut punch to Jalen Smith. Does it ruin him if you picked him up? Should you be regretting it? No, I don't think it's that serious, but it certainly takes some of the shine off the shiny object.
What do you think, Mark?
Well, if you're taking the shine off a shiny object, it's just an object, but of this logical there. But no, I think both Jalen Smith and Nick Richards can exist. And we're going now from a front court that was pretty much just Jalen Smith and then Yabusele to, okay, now you're adding one more name to a very lack of options in that front court. There's room for both. And Jalen Smith can play the 4 some. So I think, honestly, like, this probably works out well for both. I don't think it dings Jalen Smith that much. I definitely don't think you should be regretting him if you added him, ahead of all this news and ahead of the trade deadline. I think it does make Nick Richards a bit of a very, very low-end hold. not a low end hold, low end grab. If you're just looking for some very low level, some cheap boards, field goal percentage, blocks help, he's not going to explode. We know he doesn't have that. But you maybe see 25 minutes a game from Nick Smith. You can see that from Jalen's. Getting my names confused. See 25 minutes from Nick Richards and Jalen Smith. And then Monis Buzelis probably fills in the rest of those front court minutes. That's probably your rotation there. Cool. I mean, that's enough for those players to all have value.
If Gershon Yabusele had anything of a season so far, it'd be a lot different, I think. Yep. He looks overweight. So, function of not playing. The dude needs to play a lot to keep his weight under. I actually kind of think this might be decent news for Jalen Smith. Like the idea of Jalen Smith being the only center there made me think this guy's going to play 31 minutes a night and break down in like 3 weeks. And I would rather have Jalen Smith at 27 minutes a night and just buy that insurance. It probably doesn't change his value so much. It takes away that what if upside that I think everybody was just kind of assuming, like baking it into the cake. Like Jalen Smith's going to be cut loose and he's not going to have any deficiencies and he's not going to get hurt and he's just going to roll, and people are calling him a league winner, and that is tough when we've seen him unleashed at times and he just brings back kind of top 80 value. Okay. We were talking Dallas. Moussa Cisse, somebody that I've hyped up incessantly, and he's just been sitting there kind of waiting, gathering dust. Dan Gafford is playing, but he's not making it through games without rolling his ankle or taking a trip to the locker room to get his ankle worked on. Or when he leaves the basketball floor, he actually removes his shoe because he can barely walk. And if he gets traded, I think it's an interesting trade for a playoff contender because you could just put him on ice and then let him get healed up and bring him back in the playoffs, play 15, 20 minutes a night. You got a pretty good backup option there. Who knows what they're asking for there. So let's look at that. Like, do you think Dan Gafford is somebody that should stay on rosters? If Dan Gafford was dropped because he's had a pretty rough month, would you pick him up? Is he going to be a thing in Dallas the rest of the way? Or how would you guys approach that? We'll go to you first, Mark.
I mean, I think you just treat him as it is. It doesn't, if he's playing through injuries now, which I think is kind of not a great job by the Mavs medical staff, but he's playing through injuries now. So I think it's going to keep on going for the rest of the season. And if he's traded to contender, then of course they're going to try to play him. So I think it's pretty much steady as it goes for Daniel Gafford. If you need that stat set, great. If not, okay, feel free to move on. But I think it's pretty much the same story we've seen for most of the season with Gafford here. Whether it's in Dallas, whether it's somewhere else in the next 14, 13 minutes here.
Yeah, I think this Bagley thing is super interesting. And that'll be where I'll be spending a lot of my research time is like, what exactly is Marvin Bagley's role going to be? Because if you get Bagley, Gafford, Powell, it gets ugly for Moussa Cisse this season. If they're full on tanking and they go, no Bagley, Bagley somehow gets X'd out of this equation somehow. You get Powell, they're like, we don't want to play you because we don't develop this guy. Gafford somewhere else and or hurt, and then you get the 25 minutes per game out of Moussa Cisse. That's where this thing could shift. But they've got to tank. And does anything in Dallas suggest that they're tanking right now? These the moves to add Tyus Jones, the trade of Anthony Davis. I don't know that signifies like a full-on tank just yet, but like that obviously the playoff ship has sailed. So is Dallas, are they going to have tank this thing, or do we see the full tank here in the next, say, 14 minutes to go or 11 minutes to go here in the trade?
I wonder if Dallas is thinking, man, we weren't supposed to get the number one pick last year and we did. Doesn't matter where we finish.
We shall be rewarded for our intelligence, and the basketball gods love us.
They're lucky they're lucky they got Cooper Flag, man.
Yeah, and they're going to put him out there.
Only thing they got going.
We're already seeing it. They're going to put him out front and center and chase that Rookie of the Year award.
Gafford, to me, like you just hang on. Like you just hang on until he finally, his Dorito ankle just explodes finally. His last game on Tuesday night, he had 10 points, 12 boards, 2 blocks, and a steal. Game before that, he had 16 and 11. So, I mean, you just roll him out there until he's done, and then you go get somebody else.
Interesting. I'm doing the crack research here, as I always do, and Locked On Mavs pod host Nick Angstat, sorry Nick if I blew that, says things that have been reported, this is 48 minutes ago, things that have been reported on, we're watching for the Mavs before the deadline. Taking calls on Gafford, taking calls on Najee, taking calls on Max, I guess he says, but not really. Taking calls on rerouting Marvin Bagley and desire to make room for Nebhart and Cisse. He says, what am I missing? So at least somebody that follows the team every single game and every single day is kind of wondering what we're wondering, what is happening next. And I will say this. So we do get some deals that come in after the deadline, and we will shift and do kind of a cleanup show here. The feed will stay on. We'll just kind of restart this thing, and we're going to do this for all of the pod feed, et cetera. And we will probably have something come in after the deadline. It happens, I think, every season. Maybe not so much lately, but I remember one year, Doc, do you remember the year that a third of the league or like half the league got traded? And I think those moves were coming in like at 1 p.m.
6
Pacific time.
7, yeah, like Eastern time. They were coming in well after the deadline. But I think the reporting and everything wasn't so instantaneous back then. So
yeah, that's right. And there was some talk about the teams didn't want to have another medical situation that had happened with Charlotte's
Mark
Williams. Yeah. So like you get all this log jam of things that all blow up because somebody's medical, which is hilarious. I mean, Mark Williams has played a lot this season. The things that could have been different if that deal went through. But so we could get some trades here after the deadline, and these kinds of little deals, that Dallas is maybe thinking of here, to me, fit the bill. I don't think it's going to be like Giannis at 130, getting reported here. Who knows though? I mean, we don't know. We'll watch it as it goes down to the wire here. What about, okay. Does anybody else have anything?
I who I want to see get traded. I want Dalton Connect to get traded to like the Mavericks or some shitty team.
Dalton Connect wants Dalton Connect to get traded. I think he made a trade demand, actually.
I want him to go somewhere where he can play. I hate the way that they've ruined him in LA. I like Dalton Connect.
That's
all I got. That's my hot
thought he
take.
looked good. Staying in LA, we never really kind of sutured up this Clipper situation. Do you think that Benedict Mathurin won in this trade? We'll start with you, Mark.
Yeah, I think definitely both for redraft and for dynasty. His minutes on the Pacers have been a little variable. I think understandably the Pacers haven't really shown a willingness to be all in on what Mathurin brings, because to me, he's more of a scorer. He's not really someone who moves the ball that well. Ball kind of stick with him a little bit, doesn't keep the offense churning, and is more just okay on defense. Well, you know what the Clippers need? They kind of need that scoring. And making this move and trading away Ivica Zubac, who has been a very solid center for them, and Mathurin and these picks being the return, and Isaiah Jackson, but I think kind of Mathurin, I think it signifies that he is kind of a long-term piece for the Clippers, which is, hey, that solidifies some of its minutes. The Clippers do not have other players to step into that role, don't really have avenues to add those players. So, yeah, I think Mathurin, definitely short-term, definitely for this season, and for Dynasty, we see a little bit more solidification of that role here for Mathurin.
Let's kind of dig into the memory banks here and try to figure out any kind of like passing thoughts, ending thoughts, anything that's hit the cutting room floor, big winners, things you're looking at down the stretch, anything.
What about the Pacers side of that with Mathurin leaving? Who are the winners over there? We mentioned Jarris Walker. What about Johnny Furphy?
Yes.
Is Johnny Furphy going to be a thing?
It kind of feels like it a little bit. There's certainly enough athleticism there to make this interesting. Like it feels like very like he's like stiff, like he can't move very well. He's on the radar. He needs better defensive stats, I think. I don't know if I'm ready to like call his stat set, set in concrete or anything. I'll tell you who I'm looking at is Quentin Jackson. Like Quentin Jackson has had moments, I think for 2 seasons now, maybe at least just one season prior. And when he had that moment, if it was 2 seasons, Mark, you might know this better than me. I think it was 2 seasons ago. He stepped in. I want to say he had like a 13 assist game or something, just kind of out of nowhere. And you're looking, I think it was a small forward designation at the time on like fantasy sites. And you're like, who the hell is Quentin Jackson? Like, this is great. And then you see him play and he's got some kick. And then what was his injury that he had? Was it ACL?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, he was gone for a little bit. Then he's back. I picked him up in 30 deep, I think like in November or something, and just hung on to him. And then I was like, I'm not dropping this guy because the Pacers are going to tank. And, Nembhard's not exactly healthy-ish, ever. So and then you just saw the entire line changes. Like, it wasn't not even about math or probably Nembhard. It's just the entire Pacers squad sits every other back-to-back now. And why not sit these guys even sooner? Now they've got this crazy lottery math to navigate. Here we got a good nugget here as we chew on the Quentin Jackson thing for a second here. Chris Haynes says, for those wondering, the Los Angeles Clippers are not moving Kawhi Leonard.
That's not a good nugget. That's a good Clipper. Just saying that.
Did I say nuggets?
You said here's a good nugget here. It's a good Clipper. It's
Oh, okay. Because you know what, man, you said a different name earlier, and that's like you fit right in here, Mark. Like we forget names sometimes. We say the wrong names. I used to call OG Anunoby Anunoby, and
True.
That was fun.
So looking at the Clippers depth chart, like Darius Garland, Benedict Mathurin, Kawhi Leonard, John Collins, Brook Lopez. You can win games with that team.
Sure.
In 2019. Or actually maybe more like 2022 with Garland. Let's not go that far with Garland.
Well, I mean, if Garland's playing, let's just assume he's playing. And that was all signs were pointing to him playing. So let's assume that. I think Brook Lopez can survive. I mean, I think early season, this season, I saw Brook Lopez and I thought, man, that's crazy. He's still got it. And it's been a little bit sad watching him play 10 minutes a night. I don't know if he suffered some kind of an injury and that's part of this, or if it was just clearly Zubac had a promise for 30 plus minutes and that just was not on the table for Brook. And then he's just sitting there getting dust, gathering dust. Yeah, you can play in practice, but do you really want your 38-year-old or whatever, however old he is, like going 5-on-5 in practice? I mean, you probably just low and slow with him, and he's just lost a little bit off of his fastball. And maybe if he's playing 25 minutes a night, gets back into higher end basketball shape, and he's got a little bit of that movement where he's still a defensive presence in certain sets, in certain regards. He can still get you there. And if you just combine all these different players, the Isaiah Jacksons and the Niederhausens of the world, you do have something there to win with. And again, Kawhi Leonard, when he didn't make the All-Star team, I was shocked. I was like, I don't know if I've been as shocked about an All-Star selection in so long, because he is single-handedly just dismantling teams, because he's like peak Kawhi Leonard. It's I was about to say like Michael Jordan, but it's like, Jordan's obviously Jordan and all that blah, blah, blah. But like he gets to whatever spot he wants and then he just makes the shot. There's no question about it. He doesn't miss free throws.
He got in the All-Star game that he should have been in instead of.
Yep, LeBron. And I guess if there's a player you wanted to do that for, LeBron James would be on the short list. But the fact that Kawhi
I would say Devin Booker too, but that's
yeah.
Devin Booker, LeBron James, sure, but Devin Booker, those two were I was like,
I haven't even looked at All-Star stuff. There's too much stuff going on right now with the trade deadline and all the things. I'm like, I don't need that in my life. I'd probably pick a couple others as well. Because Kawhi Leonard, to me, I'm like thinking this is almost borderline historic what he's doing to just dominate games in the easiest way possible. Andre, I see your stuff in the chat. I don't need any of that.
It's funny. I saw the All-Star rosters when they were announced, and I looked at it for literally like 1 second, and I turned my head away and I moved on. Like I scanned it to see if any of my guys were on there. And then I moved on. I didn't even process any of it. I don't care.
I have a question for our sassy producer. Are we moving into the next show and starting that thing up, or are we gonna? No, he says no. It was a capital no because I
emphatic no.
Emphatic no. You know what? I got to get my shots in while I can. I think what's the criticism count, or what did we call it earlier? The producer getting mad at us. 9.5, 13.5. I think we're over.
Who is the starting center for the Clippers, Brew? Is it Brook Lopez? Is it Isaiah Jackson? Is it Niederhauser?
That's a great question. That is a great question. I probably would go Brook Lopez because you're going to have to bring Jackson in. He's going to have to learn the system. He's going to have to learn the players. The tempos and all the different things. I see the allure of keeping Brook off the bench, as kind of just get in Brook, get your shots up, get off the floor, call it a night. But I think they'll start Brook, and I don't think there's more than late round value there. And I don't think Jackson has any real fantasy value at this point.
And for both of you guys, does the arrival of Benedict Mathurin hurt my guy Jordan Miller?
Yes. The only way Jordan Miller gets through this, I'm pretty bummed out because I needed Jordan Miller on some squads. I think the only way he gets through this is if Garland does not play, if he just gets re-injured. So news flying in right now. Jake Fisher reports there will be no Domantas Sabonis trade. And no, Andre, I will not go for 5 minutes on the Kings as a result of this surprising news.
It is surprising.
Who would have thought Sacramento valued him more than the rest of the league?
Where in the hell is the Michael Porter Jr. trade?
Oh, well, that is a good point right there. But it should be noted that Andre's actually greenlighting Kings talk. And that says something about the last 10 minutes here of the trade deadline.
All right, I'm going to go feed the dog and take it for a walk. I'll be back when you're done.
I love it. But me and Mark are going to talk this Kings non-deal that's happening here. So Domantas Sabonis staying in Sacramento. Get your fiery hot Domantas Sabonis takes ready, Mark. So were you into Dylan Cardwell?
Yeah. I mean, I liked him as just a big, hefty guy who can do his job out there, get your boards and blocks. So I liked him there, and he's getting enough minutes to do that. But
did we talk about him earlier this season? I feel like we did. When you were on the show really early in November or something, and I picked up Cardwell in 30 deep because basically the Kings were kind of going nuts. He was in summer league / preseason. I don't know if summer league's true, but preseason, what the hell is that, Andre? Preseason, he's this making waves, right? And he's this loud, funny, just character of a guy. And so talk is chirping. And so I added him, and then he didn't do anything. But now he's got the full contract. He's a blocks and boards and field goal percentage guy. He doesn't take that many free throws, so he's kind of nice in that regard. Now they love him again. Domantas was playing last night, and they still gave Cardwell, I want to say 26 minutes. It was I want to say close to a double-double with one block, no other stats. And, so the story goes. So with this, what would you do with this front court? Are you going to sell Domantas Sabonis with people thinking he got the big line? People are going to go, oh, well, it's Domantas Sabonis, and I'll give you something for that. Or are you the other? How are you looking at it?
I mean, I think first you have to answer, are the Kings really going to just fully tank and sit players, or can they just play other players? And I mean, they're bad enough where they don't need to really manage their players too much.
If you ask a couple of Sacramentans, shout out Kevin Fippen, they're ethically tanking. Actually, this might be the most ethical, most ethical tank job ever in the history of tank jobs. But
so bonus, I think maybe he doesn't play back-to-backs, but he plays clearly enough to still give you value. So this season, fine. Dynasty, I mean, I think we're seeing at this trade deadline who actually wants Sabonis and that contract, and that means he just exists on the Kings. I think we're looking at kind of a Nikola Vucevic situation where he makes too much to be traded away. He's just going to keep playing on whatever, probably the Kings or whatever team, and he's going to give you those minutes. You maybe don't feel great just because we're seeing him sort of fade offensively a little. a little bit offensively in terms of effectiveness. I think that's maybe a product of the offensive environment there. Never great defense, but hey, you know what? If he's getting 30 plus minutes, he's going to give you good stats. And I think it's just going to be the case. He's just going to basically keep on plodding along like Vucevic did for years and years. And it's like, oh, sell Vucevic in Dynasty is old. He's going to get traded away. It never happened because no team came calling. The Bulls were never good enough. Now this insert Kings. Kings probably won't be good enough in the next couple seasons. You might as well keep Sabonis if you're not getting value, which means he's just going to keep putting up stats. I can't promise that he's going to get back to, high teens, strong efficiency, maybe more mid-teens, but you're going to get some boards. You're going to get assists. That'll work. That'll work for long-term for a center.
The Kings are the Chicago Bulls upside down. That's what it is. Stranger things have happened. But like your points are all fine. Like Domantas Sabonis, 45 million, 48 million the next 2 seasons. Sacramento keeps talking about the 2027 year as this like cliff where all the salary is going to come off, but they still got 50 million heading to Domantas Sabonis.
They're in the tax next season. I'm sorry, what are we doing here, Kings? You move we got to get up Dennis Schroeder to get Hunter and then be in the tax next season. Oh my,
first of all, Mark, don't get me started here. And we will start to see Andre chirping up in the chat about this. That's your fault, by the way.
Yes. It is.
Look, Sacramento Kings lost a decade to this Domantas Sabonis deal, and you lost Tyrese Halliburton, who just happened to almost beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7. It was, if not for an injury, that might have actually happened. It's just brutal. It's brutal. You don't bring in DeMar DeRozan. You don't bring in Zach LaVine. You don't bring in Russell Westbrook this season. This is Russell Westbrook. He's sitting there ruining the development, and everybody likes Russ. He plays hard. Sometimes it's like a third of the time he does something good, but like, God,
and
I
you
feel
killed
so
any value
bad
from
for the
Malik
people
Monk
in my
too.
town.
So.
They ask me what team my kid likes. I look at them and they laugh, and I laugh. And I go, he's a Warriors fan. Because to be a Kings fan, if I make my kid a Kings fan, would be child abuse.
Yeah. I can't really argue against that, sadly.
I know, right? Like this is still gonna, but it's a lost decade as a result of that deal, which was foreseeable. He played with Miles Turner. It didn't work. All right. Yes. Andre, please tired of talking about the thing. Cam Thomas waved. Everybody, Cam Thomas. That's funny, actually.
Oh my gosh,
that is
holy.
It's a little sad. It's a little sad because I mean, like kind of Dennis Schroeder a couple of years back. Schroeder could have gotten paid, thought he was going to get paid, didn't get paid, and he's kind of survived that. He's a good basketball player. Competes. Cam Thomas thought he was going to get paid, and now he's waived. This is good though, from a fantasy basketball perspective, because now you don't have to think about this at all in Brooklyn. It's Josh Minot season, everybody.
Nolan Traore season.
Hey, Ben Seraph season. Okay, let's talk Brooklyn Nets. Were you on the show, Mark, when the Minot news broke, or was that you weren't on the show? You were. I'm getting my people mixed up. So let's talk Brooklyn Nets real quick. You have an order of operations there, Mark. We'll start with you, and then I think we'll get into our recap show here.
Order of operations for which players, whichever players are doing good on that night. It's been really hard to parse the Nets, so it's going to be, let's see who produces. I mean, Jaeger Yeoman is probably going to get the most attention there, but he's been kind of muted. It's been that way the whole season. I'm hoping Nolan Traore maybe can be an assist and get the percentages up. And then, we'll see if Josh Minot can do some stuff. So it's kind of a bit of a wait and see how this settles out here in Brooklyn.
Day'Ron Sharp didn't get traded. Noah Clowney and Zaire Williams. If you're looking for the Brooklyn Nets are basically just like moonshots right now. You could go Noah Clowney, Zaire Williams. You could go Josh Minot. Day'Ron Sharp had a trade me game, 14 and 19 the other day, whatever it was. I don't think that's going to happen on a regular basis. I mean, it would be great to see him play the 22nd minute per game. That would be great, since they just kind of hang him out at 21 and don't ever go over. And then, of course, Claxton and Igor Joman and probably missing somebody, Michael Porter Jr. We haven't had a Michael Porter Jr. trade. That's interesting. I thought that was almost a given. Like, I mean, if you're a team that's competing, he's already won a championship and he's good at what he does, so that's interesting. All right. I think that's going to do it for Mark. Mark, we're kicking you out of here. You can find Mark on Blue Sky at Mark C Sports Ethos. Mark, before we let you go, you want to tell everybody what you're up to these days?
Yeah, we have the Pun Intended podcast dropped every Monday, so we'll kind of shift now into trade deadline recap there. I'm going to probably later this afternoon already start working on my next Dynasty check-in article that will drop Wednesday, that's the 11th. Be kind of biggest winners, losers from a Dynasty perspective of the trade deadline, so you're definitely going to want to check that out. Get maybe a few games to see how things settle, but that's definitely going to be a must-see piece. And I think that's pretty much the bulk of the work I got going on. So, yeah,
nice.
That's what's going on in my world.
All right, Mark, we will see you soon. Doc, you and I are going to start our recap show right now, and you don't get to go walk the dog.
I already did. I walked the dog, went to Johnny B's, and played a game of Golden Tee, all since the last time I spoke.
I love it. I love it. So we're going to recap all of this. Shout out to everybody that joined. Dave Levy, Sam Orlick of the Golden State Warriors pod, and Dave Levy of the Washington Wizards pod here at Sports Ethos. Tim Woodson, who does box score breakdown. John Mosales, who handles our NFL as well as does NBA work for us. Anthony Cates, who does NBA and also co-leads our MLB division. And then Mark Camaro, who handles Dynasty and all sorts of stuff, including the Punt Intended pod. Thank you all for joining us live, and thank you to everybody in the background who makes the show possible. Thank you, Andre. We're going to get into this recap show here shortly, right here on this feed, so you don't have to move at all. And also, big thanks to Mike Pastor and Keston Paul. Look, guys, if you're not following the blurb feed, that's going to cost you, because these guys, Mike Pastor has won 30 deep 3 times. It's pretty much unheard of. And Keston is right there with him in terms of having the best analysis that you can find. And it comes back to all that blurb work where when you have to put it in writing, it super helps us out. Okay. I think I'm getting some instructions here that I'm not quite understanding here. Got it. That's not for me. Okay. We're going to move this into the next show here right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fantasy NBA Today, a Sports Ethos production brought to you by FanDuel. I'm Aaron Bruski, and with me is Hall of Famer Steve, Dr. A. Alexander. We were just live on air for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, I don't know. Straight covering the NBA trade deadline, reacting to everything in real time. Now it's time to recap how this all impacts fantasy basketball. We're going to get you guys the top ads for each team. Let's start with top winners and losers. Doc, who are your top winners from this trade deadline?
I don't know that I have a full list, but from what I know, I feel like Dosunmu is a pretty big one, and Jalen Smith is also very big, even with the addition of Nick Richards to Chicago, which hurts Jalen Smith a little bit. It still should be the Jalen Smith show. So I think Io and Jalen are both great pickups right now. I think Jarris Walker of the Pacers is a winner with Benny Mathurin getting out of the way. Josh Minott to the Brooklyn Nets. I don't know if he's a big winner, but they just waived Cam Thomas. Minott can play, man. I think most fantasy analysts and people who follow basketball statistically are like, man, Minott is good. So I'm super excited to see him play for Brooklyn. I don't know if Brook Lopez is a winner or if it's Isaiah Jackson, but somebody who plays center in Los Angeles is going to win because Ivica Zubac is gone. He's a pacer. And then Gigi Jackson. I kind of am fired up about Gigi Jackson in Memphis.
Yeah, as usual. It's kind of a subtle year. All those players I thought you mentioned were right up there. I'm just sort of scanning the league at large here and kind of just looking around and thinking, like let's get to the Wizards here. I think it's low key Justin Champagny, as David Levy was saying. You get Chris Middleton out of there. You kind of move towards your tank. Anthony Davis isn't playing. Trae Young's not playing. It kind of just goes back to what we thought it would be and what it was a couple weeks back, and has probably been dropped because of that terrible week, followed by a DNP. And I would put him in the ballpark of this list for the big winners. What else? I was just looking at him. We'll go back up to my top here. Obviously, Dosunmu, I think, is a big one. Where'd you go? I think Santi Aldama. That was the one that was at the top of my brain. No other players. Jock Landale's moved out of the way. There's no Zach Edey for any amount of time. And that whole guard arrangement is fascinating to me. And Gigi Jackson as well. Like Gigi Jackson has looked thinner and just better than previous seasons. And if he's not getting run off the court defensively, and if they don't care about losses, I think he's going to be a big piece of what they do. And I think you're going to see a lot of ball movement there. And I think you're going to see Santi Aldama really clean up as long as he stays healthy, as long as the tank doesn't hit too hard there. Ty Jerome looks like he's going to play about 20, 22, 24 minutes per game. I mean, maybe he cranks it up, but I just don't see the upside in cranking it up for him beyond that. Cam Spencer, I think, is surviving. He had a 20-point night just last night. So far, so good there. You even see like Walter Clayton Jr., Taylor Hendricks kind of get life in a fantasy sense. I like Memphis a lot there. And the Milwaukee Bucks are super interesting because I think you're going to see some possible losers there and maybe one of the more compelling fantasy stories that we've seen in a bit here. Because if Giannis wants to play and if he didn't get traded and wanted to be traded, I mean, maybe he just kind of says, screw y'all. You did this to me. I'll go win some games and I'll do it to you. And if he does that, Kevin Porter Jr. and Ryan Rollins go out of the first, or probably out of the early round discussion into the mid round discussion. Ryan Rollins more of the top 100 discussion. So those things happen. And then you've got some interesting players that go to Milwaukee with Ousmane Dieng and even Nigel Hayes Davis, who not a lot of people even seen play this season. He just looked really good over in Europe. And if Milwaukee, let's say Giannis says, okay, fine, I was bluffing. I don't want to play. You guys can tank. I'll get ready for next year. It just opens up that floor for everybody. It's not like Kyle Kuzma's good. He's just getting stats right now in Milwaukee. So I think the Milwaukee situation is got plenty of potential for both winners and losers. Jose Alvarado is the other one. Jose Alvarado just stepped into a really custom fit role, 25 minutes per game. Could be his, if he can handle it and stay healthy, especially in an 8-cat format, he could probably get up and over the top 100 line, and they really could use him in New York. Let's get into the team by team. Let's do this. And then maybe we'll even flesh this list out and make it a little bit better because there are definitely some losers in here. So we're going to kind of go rapid fire, Doc. Let's start with the Atlanta Hawks. They bring in a decent chunk of players here. We got Gabe Vincent. We've got Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield, Jock Landale, CJ McCollum, and Corey Kispert in, and out go Luke Kennard, Kristaps Porzingis, Trae Young, Vit Krejci. And who do you think your big winners and losers are here?
Luke Kennard going to the Lakers, I think, might be a winner. And dude, Kristaps
Porzingis going to the Warriors is probably a win for him.
Jock Landale is probably the biggest winner on the Hawks because up a Kongwu, there's really nobody else there. It'll be interesting to see how they use Buddy Hield. I think you keep an eye on Buddy Hield. And then I don't know that Kuminga works. Like our earlier guest, I can't recall.
Sam Dorley.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, he was like, man, Kuminga needs the ball in his hand, and that's not going to happen with Jalen Johnson. I think the Hawks are going to try to make Kuminga work, but I don't think this is the ideal situation for him to have landed.
Yeah, and then I think CJ McCollum was a winner because this could have gone any which way for him. And it feels like they're relying on him. And maybe the Buddy Hield Kuminga stuff knocks him off of his pedestal. But at least for now, until we know that to be true, and the Kuminga stuff is fascinating. Do they view him as a piece? Or was this just like, hey, Kuminga's here for you. You know, you can just have him if you want. You don't want Porzingis anyway. And they're gonna take a shot on him here. I don't think it has any big winners or big losers. Let's move along to the Boston Celtics. In Nikola Vucevic, out Anthony Simons, Chris Boucher, and Josh Minot. I'll start with clearly it's not like Nemish Keita's fantasy value got any better with this. You know, that's clear. Maybe they even gave him the goodbye game as he just had 5 blocks and 2 steals in a massive night just last night. So that's a losing situation. What would you say Nick Vucevic is? Is this a loss for him as well?
I don't think so. I think it may hurt him a little bit because he won't be the focal point like he was in Chicago. But I mean, he's going to be there. He's the big man, and that's a championship winning move. I mean, that's a great move for Boston, I think. And I'm worried about Nemish Keita. From what you said earlier, I feel like you think he's still going to get 20 minutes a game at least and have fantasy value. I'm worried about Keita. I think he might be damaged by that trade.
My only thought process there is he just does his damage in 24 minutes per game. So if they play 3 bigs and they go Luka Garza, you know, with Keita as they did last night, and somehow try to make that work, drop Vucevic down to 24 as well, 26 maybe. Maybe this thing holds up for him. And maybe even in 20 minutes per game, they say, hey, when you're on the floor, Keita, we're going to run more stuff for you and try to kind of get as much value out of you as we can. That's the only way this works out. He can stay up and over the cut line. It might be top 125 value for Keita, the 125, 150 range for him rather than kind of the 90 to 125 range that he's been operating in all season and staying on the floor for the most part as well. Good stuff there. Let's get to the Brooklyn Nets. Always spicy, always risky. In Ochai Agbaji, who haven't really talked about much today, Josh Minot and Hunter Tyson, and then Cam Thomas is waived. Michael Porter Jr. not traded. Nothing else really of note for the Brooklyn Nets. What about Michael Porter Jr.? Do you think this is a losing situation for him because now he's on a tanking team and can take the rest of the year off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they didn't move him, but yeah, I mean, you just ride Michael Porter Jr. because as long as he's playing, he's going to put up big numbers. But like you said, how much incentive is he going to have to keep playing? You know,
Josh Minot's definitely one of the big winners of the trade deadline because he's a spicy name. And he goes to a spicy place, and it just might pan out. That's like the best analysis I can come up with. Any interest in Ochai Agbaji? This guy used to have late round value.
I'm keeping an eye on him.
Yeah.
I'm also not running out and grabbing Josh Minot in like a regular 12-team league, but I'm watching him very closely. Like
in the high stakes leagues I play in, I think people will spend to get Josh Minot in Brooklyn, and it's going to be a spicy fab deadline, especially since I dropped Kevin Porter Jr. in 3 places because I had too many guards, and I'm going to go cry. Not that I mentioned that 5 times today. Let's get what
do you think about it?
Sharp
what do
is
you think about Agbaji?
I think he's had late round value at times in Toronto, and anytime I've watched Ochai, I've been like, he's pretty good. Athletic, shoot a little bit, you know, nothing too special off the dribble, but not like completely without handles. Defends. I think there's some angles here, but again, you know, you've got like this Noah Clowney, Zaire Williams, Day'Ron Sharp, Nick Claxton, Michael Porter Jr. is not going to probably play anymore. Who knows? We'll see how that goes. Maybe
you got to worry about Claxton too.
It's bad news. I think Claxton wasn't getting dealt anyway. It didn't feel like Porter. If he could have been dealt, the ride would have continued. Now we just have to kind of hope that they don't full on tank and they just kind of, let them have at least another like 3-4 weeks or something. But Minot, Zaire Williams, Noah Clowney. What would your ordering be there?
I think I'd go Minot first, just because I've already seen Zaire and Clowney and kind of know what they do. And I'm going to swing for the fences and go Minot, then Clowney, then Zaire.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Just I'll take what's in the box.
I'll take the unknown. Yeah, give me what behind curtain 2.
We're watching. Let's make a deal. You got to watch that one before you watch The Price is Right. I think Day'Ron Sharpe was theoretically interesting, and teams wanted him and Goga Batadze and no action, and that's kind of interesting. And I don't know if we'll see anything trickle in here before the deadline's all the way over. But why not? Oh, why not? But why not give Day'Ron Sharpe 26 minutes and just see what you have there? If you're the Brooklyn Nets, that might be a point in favor of taking a flyer. If you need a big man, if you're in a deeper format, or if you're in a 2-center format, he had the big game just now. So that's, probably got a bunch of people to add him. But it's been pretty bad until that game. Maybe you give Day'Ron Sharpe a look and expect some sort of like top 100 value in a good situation going forward. And maybe they'll just, pop the top off that thing and let him go and put Nick Claxton on ice. Let's get to the Charlotte Hornets where
we should make and market why not Minot ? Shirts.
You know what, Doc? They've already done it.
Is that a thing?
That's a thing. But
I thought it.
That shows it's a good idea. Let's get to Charlotte. All right, I'm sure we can manufacture some T-shirts in Charlotte too. Kobe White is in. Malachi Branham is in. Mike Conley gonna probably go back to the Timberwolves. Out Colin Sexton and out Mason Plumlee. So basically you take a 22, 25 minute guy in Sexton and you take him out and you bring in Kobe White. I don't think Malachi Branham's probably in the picture here, but if this was a different Charlotte Hornets team, like the ones that we've been accustomed to in the past, I would say maybe, because Branham's not exactly been terrible in his NBA time, but this is a team that's playing for the playoffs and Kobe White is here. They're going to make the playoffs now. And it's going to be fun. But winners and losers here, Doc.
I think Kobe White is a loser for now. If I'm Charlotte, I sit him down and I'd be like, look, dude, we're on one. We're rolling right now. We don't need you coming in here and disrupting the vibe. You just need to come off the bench, do your thing in your 23 minutes and be happy with it. I'm worried about Miles Bridges a little bit. He's been not playing well. His name is in trade rumors. He stayed there. I'm wondering if he eventually gets squeezed out of this thing and they just play a small lineup. I don't think it'll happen, but I feel like Miles Bridges is kind of the odd man out, even though they need him.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that they haven't beefed up the center position a little bit more if they're going to make this run. But they did what they did, and adding Kobe White, as long as he can stay healthy. I think it's a fine move to bring in Kobe White and bolster this squad. So we have Kobe White, Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball, Con Knipple, and the aforementioned Miles Bridges. How would you rank these guys? Is it going to be Brandon Miller number 1?
Are we talking about for the rest of the season or for next year?
Rest of the season. Brandon Miller 1.
I'm going LaMelo 1.
I'll go Con Knipple. Probably. I'll go Brandon Miller, Con Knipple, Kobe White. I'll go Kobe over LaMelo. I don't trust those Dorito ankles.
Dude, he's in it. He's in it. He's just like Kawhi Leonard. He's back.
It's plausible. It's plausible, but not probable. Then I do think that you're right about Miles Bridges, that is bad news for him. And we'll be interested to see how his stat set shifts. And, he could probably use a trip to the bench, to be honest. Like, just if he could get more reps on the ball, without the other good players, I think that would benefit him and everybody. The problem is he's got the size that the other players lack to defend other kind of more elite players. And not that he's like the world's best defender, but that stuff kind of matters in the aggregate there for Charlotte. So I think Kobe is a little bit of a loser here coming to a squad. He's the outside, this guy on the outside looking in. I think everybody's a little bit of a loser because they got a little bit better with Kobe. You just have a little bit less shots to go around for everybody. Maybe it'll make everybody better and it'll show up in different ways for them, but everybody's a little bit of a loser in Charlotte as they're now.
Can I give you my ranking?
Sure.
I'm going LaMelo 1.
I love it.
Miller 2. Knipple 3. Bridges 4. Kobe White 5.
Yeah, you're down on Kobe White, and that's fair. That's fair.
I'm not down on him. I'm not down on him, but he was a star in Chicago, and now he's got a. I mean, he's taking a back seat to LaMelo Ball, Knipple, and Miller.
LaMelo Ball shooting 39.7% from the field over his last 15 games. This is just me crapping on you right now, and LaMelo Ball. But
no, you're crapping on LaMelo Ball.
I'll be fair. He's hitting 95% of his free throws. Just one a game, though, or 1.4 a game. That's a little sad because it's means the ball's not his hands. He's not getting to the rack. All right, let's get
Drew, not only are you a roto guy and I'm a head-to-head guy, but I don't give a flip, as my quarterback Mendoza said recently, about percentages. I do care about percentages, but I don't rule out a guy because I hate his percentages. And I feel like we're opposite in that way. You're more roto. You're more like, everyone's field goal percentage.
Got to.
Like to a
team. Got to. If you want to win, you got to know.
You play, but not necessarily in head-to-head.
It could be crapshoot in head-to-head. And so the legend goes. Let's get to the Chicago Bulls.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure we could fit that in somewhere. But the Chicago Bulls, this is just a lot of movement. And it's funny, a lot of movement. I don't know if anything happened for them. In Jaden Ivey, the big name, probably. Anthony Simons maybe is big of a name. But I just think Jaden Ivey's the name where people want to know, can this guy be good? And the injury to his knee is unfortunate. And now he gets another lease on life. He was playing like 12 minutes a game in Detroit or whatever it is. And didn't really look that good, but I don't think it's his kind of a team. Like Cade Cunningham mucks it up for everybody else because of the way the defense plays him and the way he plays. So I think his style, that being Jaden Ivey, is just not a good fit. Now he goes to Chicago where he's playing with Josh Giddey, theoretically, if Josh Giddey's hamstring wants to cooperate. And maybe they go with Jaden Ivey. I think there's a little bit of like dark horse, lottery ticket stuff going on with Jaden Ivey here. I don't know that I get behind it fully because Anthony Simons is around, Colin Sexton's in there. This is a little bit ugly, to be honest. Like, I don't think they're going to play a ton of multi-guard lineups with this crew. So maybe people I don't know if Colin Sexton could get waived out of this bunch. I don't know who's in what future for the Chicago Bulls here, but it's just a lot of guards. And so Jaden Ivey might be able to reach up to the sky and, get something, but I would call it a lottery ticket kind of a deal with maybe top 100 upside. So deeper leagues, obviously there. You got Nick Richards in, Leonard Miller from the Timberwolves, Rob Dillingham from the Timberwolves, Gershon Yabusele. So Richards and Yabusele crowding out the Jalen Smith experience. And then on the way out, Ayo Dosunmu, Julian Phillips, Dalen Terry, the aforementioned Kobe White, Nikola Vucevic, Kevin Huerter to the Pistons, and Javon Carter. So you do have two kind of multiple guards. Well, we have three guards and even like pieces with Terry and Phillips kind of going out. Phillips not really a guard, but it's just a lot of pieces flying all over the place here. Ayo, Huerter, and Kobe being the biggest ones. So are you going to make a move on Ivy? Are you going to make a move on Sam?
No, I don't care about Ivy, dude. I'm all about Jalen Smith here. Jalen Smith should be a starting center. He's the big winner. The fact they brought in Gershon Yabusele and Nick Richards is a buzzkill for Jalen Smith. But those guys are career backups, and this is Jalen's shot. And he better take it, and he better go off. So I'm Jaden Ivey. I like Jaden Ivey. I loved him at Purdue, but he's just never done it. And I don't. What does Anthony Simons do? What does Colin Sexton do? Like, it's a mess. Like, the guards are a mess.
Somebody in Chicago is going to have to figure out what the heck they did.
And thank goodness the Bulls were involved in this trade deadline today, or it would have been a lot more boring. I mean, they moved Ayo Dosunmu, Kobe White, Nikola Vucevic, and Kevin Huerter all in one swoop. Like, that's a lot of good players.
Yeah, Ayo Dosunmu is going to do some serious good for the Timberwolves. And when we get to the Wolves, we'll call him a winner. We'll call him a winner here, just because his path kind of becomes locked in stone, in Minnesota, where Chicago, you just don't know. Are they going to tank? Is it, what's the plan? And now we know he's in a place with a plan. The Jalen Smith, I mean, he'll get declared a winner of the trade deadline by virtue of this Vucevic deal. I kind of just think his value didn't change at all. I mean, he was already playing the two big lineup with him, and he was already kind of posting top 100 numbers. And I just have a hard time thinking it's going to go much higher than top 100. I hope it does, because I got him in a lot of places. But and then with Gershon Yabusele, I mean, it's possible he either gets waived, might head over to Europe. We just don't know what the story is with him. It's not like he's been enjoying this season in New York, and a little bit out of shape, it appears. And so it goes. Let's get to Cleveland, where a big, massive trade. James Harden in, Keon Ellis in, Dennis Schroeder in, Lonzo Ball out to the Jazz, then waived, Darius Garland with the Clippers, and then DeAndre Hunter, the apple of the Sacramento Kings' eyes. Winners, losers, what you think?
I think we all like the idea of James Harden throwing the lobs to Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. So I think Mobley, great buy low target right now, and I think this helps him. Other than that, I don't know that there's a big winner. I don't think Harden's a winner. Nobody knows if Harden and Mitchell can coexist. We're about to find out.
Yeah. I mean, good points made in the earlier show, in the live show, about Harden possibly helping Mobley and Jared Allen. At the same time, it's a lot of usage. So I think I'm still in those guys are losing on this boat, especially Mobley. I feel like the offensive upside's been kind of ripped away from him. Jalen Tyson, I don't actually think I posted that tweet. I think I should post that tweet from last night, where Kenny Atkinson talked pretty specifically about not wanting Jalen Tyson's role to change. I think there will be some value loss. I think it's inevitable, but I think he's still pretty much locked in. I wouldn't drop Jalen Tyson at this point. Keon Ellis, I don't think they're going to use him enough to have fantasy value, but I think it'll be fun to have him there. Dennis Schroeder, probably very late round at best. So I think maybe the winner here was Darius Garland, if he stays healthy, because he can then kind of get a defined rollover in the Clipper land. But other than that, a lot of equal value stuff. Let's get to the Dallas Mavericks. So Tyus Jones in, Chris Middleton in, might be bought out. You would think that could be a possibility. We'll find out about Musa Cisse. AJ Johnson in, Marvin Bagley in, and then out Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum. So guys that weren't playing going out, and then guys that theoretically could play, Tyus Jones, Johnson, and Bagley, and I don't think they're going to play Middleton. So more coming in than going out. No trade for Dan Gafford. No action on Musa Cisse. No, we don't have anything, at least right now, that they're going to give him a deal. So winners and losers, Doc.
Tyus Jones hurts Brandon Williams a little bit, theoretically. Marvin Bagley might ruin Musa Cisse. That's about it. I mean, this organization is a disaster.
This is definitely. I think Musa Cisse is a loser of this trade deadline, or just the situation. Until we get some sort of news that like they're going to sign him for the rest of the regular season, that would be something to watch out for. If he's not kind of like immediately providing benefits within the first week or two, it looks like that stash is not going to pan out, and I will be very sad. But we'll keep a close eye on him, because he could still become a silly season hero down the road. It might just take a little bit longer than we would have liked. And I think, Brandon Williams getting a hit, that makes sense. Bagley might be a winner, and Johnson might be a winner because they might actually have a role in Dallas.
Drew, what are you doing? What are you doing with Cisse if you've got him? I'm just going to hang on.
Yeah, I'm waiting at least 2 weeks just to see what happens next. I mean, we got this All-Star break. That's so much business gets kind of attended to during the All-Star break. I know the trade deadline's now before it, but like people kind of reset their agendas during the All-Star break. We've got this trade deadline is a huge pivot, and then you get that All-Star break. It's another huge pivot right after. I got to wait and see what's on the other side of the All-Star break. Most likely, it'll be a tough hold. It's gonna cost me a little bit, but okay. Let's get out of Dallas. Let's get to the Detroit Pistons. Darius Saric in, not really a part of that plan, and then Kevin Huerter in, Jaden Ivey out. Winners and losers, Doc.
We skipped Denver because there's nothing going on, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And then Detroit.
Yeah, that's right.
Darius Saric and Kevin Huerter in, Jaden Ivey out. Well, Jaden Ivey out might help Dennis Jenkins, but Kevin Huerter in probably offsets that. I don't know. I still have a little bit of hope that we're going to get some more Dennis Jenkins in our life the rest of the way.
Did they get a roster spot for him? I mean, what's the deadlines for these things? I'm not a two-way contract expert.
I don't know.
Maybe.
And then Kevin Huerter, I don't know that his value changes in Detroit, but he makes Detroit better, I think.
Yeah, I think it does cut into like Duncan Robinson's value.
Yeah.
This Dennis Jenkins was actually the loser here because I don't think there's a path for him to take advantage of what he's been able to do. I mean, he's in their closing lineups, and I think JB Bickerstaff talked about it, and they like him in their closing lineups because teams trap Cade. They need another ball handler that can do things, and Dennis Jenkins is that guy. So I think he's going to be in there in the late fourth quarter. You know, offense, defense switches, and you're going to see a lot of Dennis Jenkins. We'll have some pop games, but we won't have enough consistency there. Let's get to the Golden State Warriors. Kristaps Porzingis in and Jonathan Kuminga out. Trace Jackson Davis out. Buddy Hield out. Winners and losers, Doc.
Well, Kuminga wasn't really playing, so I don't think that matters. I do think DeAnthony Melton is going to be a stud the rest of the season. I think Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody are both going to be very good. Porzingis landing there, I don't think really hurts Al Horford because Al Horford was only playing once a week anyway. And now they've got three centers that they can sort of rotate with Quentin Post and Porzingis. So it's just more of the same for those guys.
Yeah, he's just going to play the minutes that he should have played for Atlanta if he was more or less healthy, which he's not. But he might. We talked about it with Sam Orlick of the Golden State's Warriors SportsEthos podcast, and he thought 66%. I think that's what I said of the amount of games he will play from here to the end of the season, Kristaps Porzingis, because they're going to need to work him in and get some reps there. Kuminga heading out opens it up for DeAnthony Melton and Brandon Podziemski to kind of keep their value the rest of the way. And Melton does look good. So that's fun because he's had just such a terrible run of injuries. Unfortunate because in the Western Conference Finals a couple of years back, he was looking like a really good player. Okay, let's get out of Golden State. Let's get to the Houston Rockets. Let's skip them because they didn't have anything happen because they can't make trades. Indiana Pacers in Ivica Zubac. Kobe Brown joins him in that deal. And then you have on the way out Isaiah Jackson and Ben Mathurin. Winners and losers, Doc.
We don't know how much Ivica Zubac is going to play this year. We don't know what they're going to do with Jay Huff the rest of the way. So that's something to keep an eye on. I don't know that I can declare a winner and a loser in the center position just yet. Although if Zubac plays, Huff is a loser in theory, but maybe they give him 20 minutes a game as a backup and let him freaking play a consistent role every night. That would be good. Jarris Walker, I think, is a big winner here with Benedict Mathurin gone. I think Johnny Furphy is also a winner.
Quentin Jackson. Maybe not by virtue of this trade. I mean, Ben Mathurin leaves. That's helping Quentin Jackson. It's helping Ethan Thompson even. But really, those guys to be good, it's more about the tanking. It's more about the Nemhards of the world. And I guess I'm gonna walk that back a little bit. I think taking Ben Mathurin out of this equation actually puts Quentin Jackson on the radar in even 12-team formats. And maybe I should have been more forceful about this because that pivot's going to happen sooner rather than later. And as you don't have Mathurin right now, that's 30 minutes per game that's coming out of that equation right now. And so Quentin Jackson, as Doc goes, are you gonna make that ad right now? I see you look like you're making an ad. Quentin Jackson is I think on the radar as a spec ad in 12-team leagues. If you're in a 14-team league, I think it's actually pretty good business to get in on that early because the tank is coming. And we don't know what's up. I mean, Zubac is a loser. He might be the biggest losers of the trade deadline because he's going to get tanked, and that's going to be bad.
You think they're not going to play him?
Like at all? I mean,
yeah. I mean, are we not? I mean, if he's the biggest loser of all, I mean, that tells me you think they're not going to play him much.
I don't know if we have any intel on that, but this pick protection is so freaking weird. Like top 4, they keep it 5 through 8.
5 through 9, they don't. Like
5 through 9. I've never seen anything like this. Like, I don't think
50-50 shot.
Yeah, 50-50 shot. So like, okay, so let's play this out. Like Zubac, he helps them become better than they are right now, and it puts them right into the 5 through 9 mix. You know, their odds are better in the 5 through 9 than they are currently, where they're, I believe, the worst team in the league, if not close. So I wouldn't play the guy if I was them. He's probably going to have a hamstring injury pretty soon.
My nephew Matt, who knows a lot about basketball, he lives in Indy, and he said we need to get lucky in the lottery now. Like it is straight up. It's throwing luck. Dice. The roulette wheel, all that.
But the thing is if you finish in 1 through 4 or even 5, some quick news: Kobe Knight likely won't make the Hornets debut until after the All-Star break. Probably good to get that calf, headed in the right direction. Give him some time to acclimate. That's I don't know who Peterson is. That's the newsbreaker there. But the issue with Zubac is, like, if you're in that 1 through 5, you have that almost, it's not even 50%, but it's close to 50% chance to get into the top 4, And so as you go further back, now your odds get, I'm sure there's some math that can be done here that the odds to finish 5 through 9 actually get quite good if you fall back into the 5 through 9 range. Like it might, I don't have the odds in front of me, but it might be like 60-70% chance that you lose your pick. If you're the Pacers, I kind of think he's going to have a hamstring injury. I'm not wishing it on him, but I just think that's whatever designation it's going to be. That's what it's going to all
back. Ooh, ow, my back.
Yeah, my neck and my back. Let's get to the Clippers. Ben Mathurin in, Isaiah Jackson in, Darius Garland in, out Chris Paul, James Harden, Zubac, Kobe Brown. Winners and losers, Doc. Jeff Peterson, Executive Vice President of Basketball Ops in Charlotte.
I feel like Benedict Mathurin is a winner here. I feel like Jordan Miller is a little bit of a loser. I think they'll still rule Miller out there, but the Mathurin is their shiny new toy that they want to roll with.
Who's the center you're adding?
I'm starting with Brook Lopez, but I'm keeping a damn close eye on Isaiah Jackson. And Johnny Collins came out of this unscathed. I think he's must roster player. And I think it seems like good news for Kawhi Leonard. I mean, like we talked about earlier, these guys have no reason to tank. They're going to try to win games. If they get Darius Garland back, you're rolling Darius Garland, Benedict Mathurin, Kawhi Leonard, John Collins, and Brook Lopez with capable backups. And I don't know. I don't know that they got any worse, and maybe they've got rid of their problems and they can do something with team chemistry now.
I wonder how much of this is Steve Ballmer actually just wants to watch good basketball, in April and maybe some May. But yeah, no, all those points, I think they stand. I think Brook Lopez at this point, but I am splitting hairs. I am 50-50 on this call because Isaiah Jackson, I'm seeing visions of him catching easy passes from Kawhi Leonard and just getting better shot quality, a better shot diet, and having some defensive stats out of the equation. He's not very, very old. Brook, it's like if he's not hitting his threes, it could get really bad for Brook Lopez in a game where it's safer with
my take on which center to pick up is, here's the thing. I'm clicking in and going to my league's waiver wire. I want Brook Lopez, but I also at the same time hope someone else already got him, and I'll take Isaiah Jackson.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. That is a thing that happens all the time.
I'm like, I should take Brook Lopez, but I really want to take Isaiah Jackson. Oh,
the other part that's got me a little bit down on Isaiah, and this is Yannick Niederhausen has the similar skill set, so maybe that is more. There's a logjam for that skill set versus Brook, who's just going to get his 24 minutes, 26 minutes, and shoot his threes, get a steal and a block, and crank up the value that way.
I might be wrong, but I'm not really worried about Niederhauser at this point. And I mean, he could prove me wrong, but I want Lopez or Jackson.
If I hadn't seen such good minutes out of Niederhauser, that's not a ton of minutes, but it feels like every time I watch him, like, oh, he's going to be something down the road. Let's get the Los Angeles Lakers in. Luke Kennard out. Gabe Vincent. I don't think we got any winners or losers here. I mean, Kennard maybe, but not really. Memphis Grizzlies. Walter Clayton in. I know, right? Kyle Anderson in. Taylor Hendricks in. Georges Niang in. Eric Gordon join the club. Jaren Jackson Jr. on his way out. John Conchar out. Vince Williams Jr. out. Jock Landale out. So winners and losers. I know, Andre, it's just one George. So now I know. And knowing is half the battle. I'll stop calling him Georges as if there's two of them. But Doc, winners and losers.
Brew, when you were on break, someone in the group was like, Ty Jerome is the most sell high player ever. How do you feel about that?
I can't do that. No. I
mean, you've been waiting for Ty Jerome all year.
All season, and he's just going for it right now. And it's like, oh, I had like a roto squad that gained 6 points in one day. It's like so nice. But here's the thing. If you have a doubt in Ty Jerome, what I would say is just go listen to Thomas Isolo talk about him. There's a 2-minute clip that was floating around. You could just search Ty Jerome on Twitter. You'll probably get it pretty quick. He is all in, and he sees this offensive genius. And it's kind of true. I mean, Ty Jerome shouldn't be this good. I mean, he's not that big. He's not that strong. He's just skilled and fat. He's skilled and great shot. And he understands the game of basketball really, really well, which is shocking to me because 3-4 years ago, he was just floating around the league, just a guy, and I
talked about him. I was made fun of for talking about Ty Jerome so much.
I hopefully it wasn't me. God.
No, I think it was Kama.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, it's Ty Jerome, baby. And he's doing what he did in Cleveland. It's also duplicatable, but Walter Clayton's a winner.
He's had 3 incredible games.
Yeah.
Ty Jerome has played 3
the only
games
concern is
season.
injury and tank for those guys. And if that's the basis for a sell high, I get that. It's injury and tank, but I think they want to see this thing out. And I don't think they're going to hard tank this thing. I think these guys are going to be bad enough to lose enough games to kind of stay where they want to stay, wherever they're going to be in the lottery standings. They want to develop these guys, but Walter Clayton's a winner. Taylor Hendricks is a winner. I can't sit here and tell you guys to pick them up, but I mean, you did have John Conchar leave. You did have Vince Williams Jr. leave. You have, of course we'll get to Cedric Cower, Andre, but I think like Walter Clayton just needed to get into a different spot in terms of this year's fantasy value. I mean, he would have been fine in Utah, I think, long-term, but I think they liked Isaiah Collier there. I thought Collier took a step forward this year. So it all makes sense. But Clayton getting a nice little opening here to do some stuff. And Hendricks, I don't even know what to think about this guy. Santi Aldama's the big winner. We should just say that. I don't think we've said that out loud. He's a big winner because he's pretty much unchecked at his position to just kind of roll with all these guards. And I think they're going to use him a ton because you can't have all the guards getting the usage and not involve your big man. He's the only big man there. He's skilled. Coward, while he handles the ball sometimes like a point guard, he'll be the other big there. Those two dudes are going to eat. And if Zach Edey gets back, he'll eat at that point in time way late in the season if he comes back at all. But Walter Clayton Jr., Taylor Hendricks, I mean, they got a puncher's chance here to be something. If you're in a deep format, 16, 18 team leagues, I would be looking there, and maybe 14 team leagues if you got.
What about my boy Gigi Jackson, dude?
Oh yeah, Gigi. I don't look at him as a big so much, but he does board. He boards, and he's blocking now. He's giving you almost 2 defensive stats per game now, Gigi Jackson. I think he's like I've said a million times in the last couple of days, he looks thinner. He looks a little bit better than last year. So those 3 are probably Santi and Cedric and Gigi are going to hold down the interior, but Coward handles like a guard and he kind of plays the game like a shooting guard. So I just see visions of this team getting up and down the floor, a lot of 130-point games. I mean, I feel like you're going to see fantasy value out of like 5 guards or something. You know, Scottie Pippen Jr. will be back at some point in time, and Walter Clayton will be back, and they'll be playing like 18 minutes a game each. Cam Spencer will be playing like 24, 25 minutes a game. Ty Jerome will play like 22. And then those bigs will handle all those minutes, and they will just run up and down the floor, and everybody will get their stats. So, I don't know. And I don't know. I mean, maybe the guards are losers. I would take a flyer on Gigi at this point. 12-team leagues even, because he is one Santi Aldama injury away from being the last guy standing there, you know, in that front court.
And he's also been balling for like his last 7 games. He's been very good.
I think it should be noted that you are the resident Gigi Jackson. You are in charge of the bandwagon, and I think you were first to the call too.
What happens if Ja Morant comes back and F's up Ty Jerome and Cam Spencer?
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Pippen and Walter Clayton.
I forgot about that. I forgot about Ja. Where is Ja? Where is Ja?
Forget about Ja.
I don't know what's his like. I think that those parties do not like each other at this point. Like, Ja's been a good citizen though around the team. I want to give him that. That's fine, and maybe he needs to play a little bit. But man, you just brought in a ton of guards, and you are playing with fire with this thing.
I don't think Ja's going to play for them again.
That's kind of, this is the elephant in the room here is what's Ja going to do? Where is Ja? If he plays, it certainly complicates things. It knocks Walter Clayton off this thing. It knocks Cam Spencer theoretically back. I'm still not convinced that would happen. I think maybe you start to see some games, maybe a little back-to-back scheme where Ty Jerome sits a back-to-back, Ja Morant sits a back-to-back. You know, they always got one guy sitting, but Cam Spencer plays every night, kind of a deal. Scottie Pippen might not get moved back into the rotation so quick, but I think as Andre puts it here, they might need to rehabilitate his value to try to move him in the summer, but I don't know, man. You are messing with the development of your basketball squad to have Ja go in and out. And then if he plays, then guys aren't getting minutes and they're not getting touches. And by the way, Ja, while he's been a pretty good citizen, he wasn't a good citizen like 2 months ago. Like, he was pretty much just mailing it in on the floor. Do you want to risk putting that into the ether of your team? I think the answer is no. Very, very. If Ja plays, I think you got a lot of losers on this squad, actually. I think you kind of wipe the winners list down to a losers list because that's so much usage and so much just value loss, just plain old value loss. I just don't think it's going to happen, but I did almost forget about Ja, and that's saying something. Miami Heat didn't make a move. Khalil Ware eventually will get cut loose, Doc. I believe it. I believe it. Keep up the hope. Milwaukee Bucks did not move Giannis Antetokounmpo. You already know that, but they did bring in Ousmane Dieng, and I'm probably butchering that. Ousmane Dieng, Nigel Hayes Davis. To me, is an interesting, really deep league stash. Just if they don't play Giannis and then they get tired of watching Kyle Kuzma do truly amazingly bad stuff on the basketball floor, and Kevin Porter Jr. was right there with him. With some really bad play. I think they might bring in a guy who's he's from a winning culture right now in Phoenix. And he has, I think, shown in the European leagues that he's been pretty damn good. And he just was on a team that had a lot of good players. And so maybe he can sneak through all of this. I wouldn't recommend an ad unless you're in a 30 or maybe like a 20 team format, something like that. Let's get to the Minnesota Timberwolves. They bring in Ayo Dosunmu, Julian Phillips from the Bulls, Mike Conley Jr., Leonard Miller, and Rob Dillingham on the way out. So you don't have a lot going out, but you do have Ayo Dosunmu coming in. Do you think there are any winners or losers here, Doc?
I think Ayo's a winner. One of our guests today had Ayo starting over Dante DiVincenzo. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I think it's a possibility. But Ayo's good, man. And Ayo makes Minnesota a better team. So I feel like he's a winner. It probably means we can say goodbye to Bones Highland on those Anthony Edwards off nights. That's about it.
Yeah, it might hurt Dante a little bit, but I think a better team helps everybody, especially because Ayo's such a good complementary player. Let's get to the Pelicans. Dalen Terry in, Jose Alvarado out. So no real action on the Pelicans side because Jose Alvarado is not playing a ton, but to me, he's an easy winner. One of the higher level winners in this trade deadline because he's probably looking at a consistent 25-minute role. He has top 100. He might even have top, say, 90 upside in an 8-cat league. Watch out for the turnovers in the 9-cat league, but and also some injury risk. So, you can add him and have a pretty good expectation. Just know that it's not going to be locked in stone. The Knicks, we just kind of covered them more or less, so I think we can skip them. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they bring in Jared McCain and they send out Ousmane Dieng. And Mason Plumlee also joins the squad. He's not going to do anything. But Jared McCain, do you think he's a winner, Doc?
With all these injuries they have, and, Shea's out to the All-Star break. AJ Mitchell's hurt. Lou Dort's hurt. Jalen Williams is hurt. Alex Caruso banged up. I think Jared McCain might make more of an impact than I initially thought he would. So
he might have a couple weeks here.
Is a winner.
Yeah, he might have a couple weeks. I don't like the stat set, and the lack of defensive stats is the big thing there. But he might cook for a little bit. He might cook. Let's see. Orlando Magic sent out Tyus Jones. I don't think there's a real winner there. I mean, we could nibble around the edges of whatever 16 minutes per game Tyus Jones has been playing. The Philadelphia 76ers sent out Jared McCain and Eric Gordon, and there are actually some winners from this kind of low-level deal. It's our guy, not your guy, our guy, Dominic Barlow, and then my guy, Quentin Grimes. So Quentin Grimes, he's part of their future, it feels like, in Philadelphia, which I think comes with minutes and touches and some prioritization as guys go in and out of the rotation. He was a top 90 guy, top 80, even 75 for a little bit there. Guy who has more in the tank beyond that if he gets cut loose due to injury, etc. You do have some noteworthy injury risks on this squad. And then Dominic Barlow has had some massive lines lately. He was on a 2-way deal, and this secures his regular season contract. So would you add either player in a 12-team league?
I like Barlow. I would add Barlow.
I thought you would say that. And I would say this, like, if you need guard stats, and the low end 125 range is something you can work with, because I think Grimes is pretty much a lock to bring that back going forward. Grimes is going to be a great equation for you because he'll have that floor and he'll just keep climbing up after that. The Barlow one is where if you want to just like see if you could get something good, where he's just maybe going to be a stats guy and they're going to cut him loose where Paul George was playing and give him more consistent minutes. And he's just got that stat set potential. It's not consistent, but it's potential. We saw it fly up the ladder just the other day. Let's get to the Phoenix Suns, where Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey are in, and out Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis. I think I can say for both of us, Doc, that there's not a lot of action here. They got their rotation, and we're just going to move on. The Portland Trailblazers added Vit Krejci and sent out Duop Reith. No value change there. Sacramento Kings, DeAndre Hunter in, Keon Ellis, and Dennis Schroeder out. What do you think? And then Domantas Sabonis not traded. So what do you think there, Doc?
I would say two of the biggest surprises of the day were that Sabonis and Michael Porter Jr. did not get traded. And I don't really know what it all means. DeAndre Hunter is now stuck in a lineup. Like Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis are all still Kings.
Malik Monk handles the ball.
It's
Russell
crazy.
Westbrook is Mr. Ball handler.
They didn't make any move. They didn't get rid of these guys.
They're talking like they want Nate Clifford on the ball for 25 minutes a game. Like, I am so like.
Is Hunter worth holding until Keegan Murray gets back, or no?
He had a stinker in his debut.
I don't trust Deontay Hunter, man.
I think it's asking anybody too much to play with those guys. It's just asking too. Like, they want him to be good. Hell, Keegan Murray's gonna have a hard time being good with this team. They got to cut Russell Westbrook. Cut Russell Westbrook and send him packing so he can go latch onto a contender. And maybe you have some semblance of development, and DeMar can have a bad hammy. He could go out. Domantas can have a bad hammy. He could go out. Zach LaVine could have a bad hammy, and he could go out. And Malik Monk, all kidding aside, this is where we get to the kidding portion of the show. Malik Monk, there's like momentum in Sacramento. It's been building for the last month, where Malik Monk went from persona non grata to, oh, maybe Malik Monk will stick around a little bit. And now it's like Malik Monk is going to be with the team after the deadline. And it wouldn't be shocking if maybe they get smart and they say, hey, all you guys take the rest of the year off. We're going to tank. And Malik Monk and Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell and even Domantas Sabonis can stick around and they can take the tank to the finish line. But they're probably going to win too many games and lose their standings in the tank race. And if you like, I put it this way, I don't even think DeAndre Hunter can have value with Keegan Murray out. I don't think DeAndre Hunter can have, even with them trying to make him fantasy valuable, I don't think he can pull it off in this rotation with this situation.
You would rather have Coward, you would rather have Gigi Jackson, you would rather have
yes. Look, when DeAndre Hunter's been good, it's been like a top 75 good. And that's pretty much it.
I would rather have those guys. I'd rather have almost anyone over DeAndre.
I feel bad for him. I mean, and maybe there's like some sort of future for him and Keegan as a tandem in like the next year. I can't.
Dude, who in the world thought that putting Russell Westbrook, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis together,
you know what's funny? Domantas Sabonis was asking for Russell Westbrook to come in. I'm questioning the basketball IQ at that point. Like, why and like, how did you think Russell Westbrook would be additive to this team? And in addition to that, like Scott Perry, like people are walking around in Sacramento letting Scott Perry kind of just off. He thought Zach Randolph in his twilight was somebody to hand the car keys to, and the Sacramento Kings played 4-on-5 all season. You had to listen to the broadcast team talk about it like it was good. You want to know what real gaslighting is? Watch the Sacramento Kings. Okay, let's get to the Toronto Raptors, because the San Antonio Spurs did not trade Victor Wembanyama. Shocker there. Trace Jackson Davis in, Chris Paul in, Ochai Agbaji out. No big deal made for them. Does this make Colin Murray Boyles a winner? Because nothing really happened there. Like, they didn't really add a big, and Jakob Poeltl didn't get traded. Kind of looks like he might not play this season.
Yeah, I think it's good for Colin Murray Boyles for sure.
Sandro Mamukelashvili, you gotta look at those numbers, folks. You can't just look at like the long name and think that he's not worth fantasy value. He is producing. I think he's a winner. Let's see if
one do you prefer. Colin, you prefer CMB or Sandro?
Yeah, the CMB stats, they come in flurries, and then when he's had 27, 28 minutes per game this season, it's been outside of the top 100 a lot. So I just think there's some stat set deficiencies there. He's young. maybe they keep it going, but I think in the as they get closer to the playoffs, they'll probably give like Sandro a few extra minutes and maybe try to get Jakob Poeltl back on the floor. Also, we have the buyout market. The buyout market could hit, and this could be the next free agency as we see each and every season. We kind of always short sell. We pump up the trade deadline, and then we just do not do anything with the buyout market. And maybe that's how all of these things happen. And the buyout market is what, March 15. So that's a little bit bummerish because that could, if we don't see things like Musa Cisse happen. This is not a joke. Sometimes, Andre, I hate you. Boston Celtics trade Xavier Tillman.
Are you sure it's not a joke?
It might be, but the Charlotte Hornets do get a big man, Xavier Tillman, and this gets the Celtics out of luxury tax. Hornets get $3.5 million in the deal. They'll probably just cut him, I would think. So, Andre, I hate you because I was like, oh, man, this could be big. Could be like Giannis is getting traded.
I was hoping it was Ja.
Yeah, something. I'm like, because I need a couple things to shake loose here because I don't want to wait till March 15 for like, all these silly season studs like Musa Cisse to get, cut loose or whoever it may be that we're hoping gets cut loose here. Let's get to the Utah Jazz. And final point on Toronto is like if Jakob can't play, this is a viable playoff squad. I do think they need to shop the buyout market. And I'm just curious, is that like got Dan Gafford's name written all over it? So who's going to get cut? Watch the SportsEthos blurb feed big time. That's the way
For the record, I have CMB over Sandro, Mamu. If they're both available on my waiver wire, I'm taking CMB. You're taking Mamu. And that's cool.
That's not a viable take until you can pronounce his entire name, sir. I practiced that for months, years.
Dude, you say it every show. You make sure you say it every show. Just like you're probably going to wear that suit jacket every show going forward.
Hell no. Hell no.
You got to get your money's worth, bro.
Oh, maybe. The Utah Jazz, Jaren Jackson Jr., obviously in really some good divergent takes in today's show about like whether this was good or bad. And I even flipped a little. It's like, okay, you know what, Utah, you weren't going to do anything anyway. Take a shot. I wouldn't have given up the 3 picks in the Walter Clayton, but I kind of get it. Like maybe you have no chance. You got to take a shot. So anyway, Lonzo Ball is in but waived. Jaren Jackson in, Conchar in, Vince Williams Jr., Chris Boucher in but waived. Walter Clayton out, Taylor Hendricks out, George singular Yang out, and Kyle Anderson out. So Doc, winners and losers in Utah.
Is Yusuf Nurkic a loser? I don't really know. Kyle Filipowski, I think, is sort of a winner. I mean, he's not going to start, but at least when Lauri Markkanen shuts it down.
I think when we evaluate the pick situation with Utah, I know Tim was high on it, like that they might just play JJJ and not worry about that pick thing. But if they lose their pick, if it's in the top 8 or outside of the top 8, if they lose that, then I think they've got a tank. And that's like the leader in the clubhouse, right? That they're going to tank this thing out. So Jaren Jackson Jr. is a very, very spicy, like buy low, sell high kind of a guy. Could go either way. Like if you think they're going to put this thing out there and try to win games, even for like a month, that changes the dynamic there for sure. It changes the Kyle Filipowski stash. It changes Yusuf Nurkic's value. I mean, there were times where he's been a first round value, like over like a couple weeks, because he played in more games, and then he did that for a bit, and he's back now resting every other game, so he's more of a late round guy, unless you can manage those games played somehow. He's got to be a loser in this if they're going to keep playing, and if they're not going to keep playing, they're all losers. And Kyle Filipowski's the winner. I thought this is one of the bigger fantasy stories because you got Lauri Markkanen, who's a first round value, also in there doing a part of this equation. Isaiah Collier is a winner. Because he doesn't have to deal with Walter Clayton anymore. Keontae George, if they're competing, he's a winner. But he did maybe lose a few shots if Jaren Jackson Jr. gets added to this mix.
I wish that they would just start Collier at shooting guard.
Fair. Ace Bailey I mean, he takes a step back here. If they're I love that little dance. If they're, for those of you who can only listen on the pod feed, Doc's dancing right now. The Ace Bailey to me feels, and Kyle Filipowski, both these guys, it feels like this could go either way for them. I can't get behind Utah trying to win this season. I think if you're going to make these players the centerpiece of this massive move, you have to do it justice by getting a high pick on top of it. But are they, I mean, there's so many NBA teams right now that the thing you think they should do, they just don't do for whatever reason.
They need a shooting guard.
Yeah, big time. And yeah, that would be a solution. What you're talking about is to play Collier with him, but maybe they're a little too small.
Yeah.
That way. So would you call Ace Bailey a winner or a loser?
Neither. I mean, he's the centerpiece of their future, I think.
Keontae now.
And they're not going to do anything to screw him up. Are they going to full blown just tank and start resting everybody? I really have no idea.
It's fascinating. So much value swap occurring in the next week. Maybe even the next 24 hours when somebody tweets about it that knows what they're talking about. They say, these guys are sitting or they're going. And maybe you got to just get out there and make some buy low, sell high deals that take away some of that risk, take a little value loss so you don't lose the whole enchilada there with some of those higher end guys or higher end guys. Let's go to the Washington Wizards. We got Anthony Davis in, not playing. He's a loser. D'Angelo Russell in, maybe a winner because he wasn't going to play in Dallas. Jaden Hardy in, probably neutral, whatever. Dante Exum out for the season. Trae Young probably not going to play this season. Chris Middleton out. AJ Johnson out. Malachi Branham out. Marvin Bagley out. Let's stop on Bagley. Do you think he's a winner or a loser heading from Washington to Dallas?
It just depends on if Dallas plays him or not. I mean, both teams are so bad, and his role is probably the same on both bad teams that I don't know that it changes much unless Gafford goes down and they decide to start Bagley instead of Cisse.
Our producer thinks I think Tristan Bagley already. I think
Tristan Vukcevic is a winner with Bagley out of the way.
Justin Champagnie is a winner because Chris Middleton's out. All these guys that are coming in, with the exception of maybe Jaden Harvey, and maybe they toss Russell out there to assist in the losing, but they don't have an incentive to play him. So I think a lot of guys that came in, but they're not going to hit the court. You got guys that have played, Chris Middleton, Bagley in particular, especially. I think Justin Champagnie's were the bigger winners of the trade deadline. Doc, do you have any additional thoughts on the Wizards? Is there anything that you could add to this trade deadline extravaganza as we are in our fifth hour? We're in our fifth hour here on air.
I am excited for the Washington Wizards, and I think that next year is going to be super fun. Are they going to play Alex Sarr down the stretch when everything they did was set up for next year? I don't know. I'm nervous. Are they going to keep playing Keyshawn George? I don't know. I'm nervous. I think your boy Justin Champagnie's safe. I feel like Trey Johnson is kind of safe. Worried about Alex Sarr more than anything.
Here's another winner for us. Jason Tatum. I think by getting Nick Vucevic, it signals, and a lot of the commentary coming out of Boston has been more like, we'll let him make his own choice, but we really, really want him here. I don't think you put that pressure on him if you don't know that he's coming back. And you add a player like Vucevic, and I think that that means it's more likely rather than less likely he plays this season, which is an incredible turnaround considering that report from Chris Haynes sent it the other direction. Just kind of a quick rapid fire. Atlanta, kind of weird. Boston, as mentioned. Brooklyn, Josh Minot. Charlotte, adding players, not taking players away. Chicago, who knows what the hell they're doing there. Just all sorts of stuff going on. Cleveland adds James Harden. That's weird. They're making a push, trying to keep Donovan Mitchell happy. Dallas, we didn't get the Musa Cisse thing we wanted to have happen, but they're heading toward a tank. No action in Denver. Dennis Jenkins, not a thing anymore. Kristaps Porzingis takes the bet on, or Golden State takes the bet on Kristaps. Indiana entering a tank with Ivica Zubac. That's fun. All sorts of Jarris Walker and Quentin Jackson and Ethan Thompson interest there for us. All the way down the list. I don't think I'm going to go through the rest of this, but there's just a lot going on, and it's all very subtle. And I think that's going to do it. Let me see if Andre's got any instructions for us. No, he does not. I think that's it, Doc. That's going to do it for this episode of Fantasy NBA today. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the Sports Ethos channel so you guys never miss an episode. And from all of us here at Sports Ethos, we will be back tomorrow. Later tonight, William Harris delivers the box score breakdown. And seriously, guys, thank you so much for all the comments, the likes, the retweets, all that good stuff, and for tuning in. It's a big thing, this trade deadline show. We appreciate each and every one of you for being around for it. This has been Fantasy NBA Today, presented by FanDuel.